How's it going? Hope you all having a great week. This is a late show, but how I care about quality and how I'm a perfectionist. But let me know in the chat, how are y'all doing? Appreciate y'all for you for joining so far. Let me get my banners together. I'm gonna address this first. I don't know if OB is in the chat yet, but he posted before the live stream started. I know he posted this on the last video, last live stream too. He wants me to go on Kendra G's show. Listen, a promise is a promise. I will definitely do that. I'm gonna get into some of the reasons why maybe not now is not might not be the time, but I will definitely do that. I just know, listen, there's gonna be a storm of kind of responses, and where I'm at right now is I kind of want to, and I'm kind of stepping on the topic. I want to kind of like date in a monogamous way. So I will definitely do that. If I get the chance where I'm like not dating someone, I'll definitely do that. Let me try to start some of the topics. Let me think. So we only got one person in the live so far, but that's fine. I think one of the things I was thinking about, and this might be actually kind of like a correction. Hold on, someone's coming. Oh, CTG, listen, you're joining on a regular basis. I appreciate that. And I saw you comment on one of Zed's posts. Thanks for the engagement. I appreciate it. How have you been, by the way? Let me know in the chat. But one of the things that I really wanted to mention, this is actually like thoughts from a couple shows back, is I remember that live that I really wanted to delete, that Fearless was just kind of like trying to go Harley initiated on me, and I wasn't really in the mood for it. Pause. It made me think about it after the show, and I meant to say it last show. I wasn't exactly like Fearless when I was married, but there were definitely some parallels in terms of I was listening to respond. To me, I was thinking, you know what? What's the problem with listening to respond? I heard you. But as I kind of like to think, part of emotional intelligence is also kind of like listening, acknowledging that what you heard, empathizing with what you heard, to the best of your ability, and then kind of responding. But it made me think about, you know what? I want to apologize to my ex-wife because she had to deal with, it wasn't like, the Ronin, the Fearless trying to do Harley initiated on me, but to talk to someone who has a very low level of emotional intelligence, it's frustrating. Just like I was frustrated talking to Fearless, I know my ex-wife must have been frustrated as fuck talking to me when I was really just locked in on, this is the way I think. Let's think about solutions, and again, listening to kind of respond, not necessarily all the time to win an argument, but just listening to respond. I just wanted to kind of get that off my chest. I wanted to kind of apologize to my ex-wife. If I ever see her in person, I really got to have that conversation. Like I said, her and I both made mistakes in that, but like I said, talking to Fearless and realizing this dude isn't coming to talk. He's just talking to fucking argue. I had to realize it and say, oh my God, what was my ex-wife dealing with talking to me? But let me look at the comments. Oh, good. I'm glad that you're doing great. Jamie's, you ask this question every single time. I think I haven't been following all of Zed's posts, but it seems like Zed might be on vacation or something like that. Yeah, so this is exactly CTG. I think she's on a vacation. I think she's kind of like, and I appreciate her doing the community posts because she's been really kind of like dropping some fire community posts, and I really appreciate it. But I'd love for her to join the live streams again. I really miss that. I need to like ping her. We used to talk very often, but I think she's just out living life. Everybody's got to do that. We're gonna get into that for me. but everybody's living life. So yeah, I know you ask this every single live you join, but I think Zed's just out living life. And listen, I salute her for doing that. I'll always, be grateful for the opportunity that she's given me to kind of like run with the content, the live streams for this channel. It's given me great experience and things like that. But listen, I'm with you, Jamie. Zed, if you're listening, definitely join the panels when you can. But yeah, I agree with you, CTG. She's doing a lot of research on Passport Bros. Because of one of her community posts. I think it was My Raisins. She posted something and said she put us on game about the Vice Passport Bro documentary that they posted on their channel, Vice, the YouTube channel Vice. Everybody needs to go watch that. As a segue, everybody needs to after that or before that, they need to go to Angie the NTJ's channel, and they need to watch her breakdown of that Vice documentary. I thought it was kind of like a masterclass. I think you need to watch that before or after you watch the Vice documentary. I'm going to speak on it just a little bit. I'm going to be kind of like getting some little digs in, but I didn't really document too much stuff. I watched it like last Saturday while I was cleaning the kitchen. And I think they did a great job of kind of documenting the Passport Bros, kind of like what Angie the TJ was kind of alluding to in her video. Listen, it was a great opportunity for the Passport Bros to stand up there and, put their little, button ups on and put on their suit and tie and try to like show how they are distinguished gentlemen and how they're really, finding love and trying to cultivate relationships. And it was everything but that. It just shows you, I think what Vice left with it was the strength of algorithms. And this is something I meant to do before this live. I wanted to do a Google and figure out how much are some of these leaders of these movements getting paid? Like the leader of the Passport Bros, is that dude a millionaire because of this bullshit? The leader, whoever started the Passport Bros, is how much bread did he get off of the engagement and the crap that the shit storm that he started with this red pill and Passport Bro crap? How much do those people really earn? I want to do that Google when I get off this live just to learn. But again, Vice was kind of bringing home the fact that algorithms, and I did the search after the watching that Vice documentary about why do algorithms, kind of prioritize extreme content? What can we do about it? I did some Googles. I didn't bring it to this show. I need to continue to do some more Googles about that. But let me move forward. But again, on the Vice documentary, y'all need it's a must watch. Passport Bros showed their ass as we expect them to show. It's kind of highlighting. Might as well just get into the banners of that shit, and then I'll get back on track. Let me find them. But Richard, good to see you. I don't think OB's in the chat yet. That he posted that before the live started. Let me see. Hold on one second. I'm trying to find my banners, but I think one of the things I wanted to show, I made some jokes maybe a live or two ago about like, hey, Passport Bros are really upset with the women overseas too, because if they were really happy as a clam, they wouldn't be making any rage posts. But they're trying to triangulate because they're not happy with the women over there. They're losing something and they're not letting you know that. And I started thinking about that, and I thought about it like as a parallel to my ex-wife. Like I tell you all the time, maybe I don't do it enough because people get sick of it. I'm a silver spoon baby. I'm a county brownie. I was raised in an affluent family. When I got married, found my soon-to-be ex-wife at the second half of my senior year of high school. She came from, I think, a teenage mom, like 14, 15. And her mother and her aunts and her uncles were raised in welfare. So there was cultural differences is what I'm trying to get to, where her family would, had this idea of like people who come from affluent families or rich families, they're looking down on people who are not. And I'm like, no, I'm not saying that there aren't people like that. I'm not saying there aren't families like that, but that's not my experience. My dad was extremely instrumental in the church. One of the biggest, probably, in terms of supporting kind of like food pantries, supporting them financially to what end, I don't know. I was a kid. I can only imagine. He had a scholarship for my late paternal grandmother. He probably has a scholarship in his name. He's mentoring kids from his ex high school. He doesn't take things for granted. He came from poverty. But what I'm trying to say is, like, the parallel is the passport bros are lying to us. They're not acting like there isn't there aren't cultural differences. Like, what are the odds that they're going overseas and then just everything links up and there's just no differences at all and it's just really easy peasy? That's a lie. They're lying to us. I'm trying to find the freaking banners for that. Here we go. So I was saying this, and let me get to the chats first. No, we're not. But Gary, there was a me if you listen to my lives, that I don't really speak about the passport bros. I might just throw a little jab, like it might be like one banner a show. But I'm saying, you might have missed it. The YouTube channel Vice, they put out a documentary. They put about, whenever they do a documentary, I'll just look and see, and if it's interesting to me, I'll watch it. I think they have pretty interesting little topics. So this one was about the passport bros, and I was like, and I think my raisins brought it, the attention to Zed, and then I saw that in the chat, and I was like, oh, okay, let me go check that out, y'all. It's a must watch. We're not gonna be, like I said, I referred everybody to go to Angie and TJ's channel. She put out a response. I mean, kind of like an analysis of that documentary. I think it's a must watch, along with Vice's documentary about the topic. I'm not gonna be talking about it too much, but I just wanted to make some little comments. County Brownie, absolutely. I'm just throwing out all the little jokes. If you got other jokes, put them in the chat. Let's see. Austin Hallman had a crazy crash out on this. I mean, I would listen, post in the chat. I'd love to hear about it. But I was saying that this is a must watch, and then go to Angie the and TJ. She made a great video too. You need to watch that. So I was saying previously, like, the passport bros, and this is no surprise, like, they're gaslighting the hell out of us. Cultural differences, language differences. And I was laughing about it on the last live, saying they're over there they're trying to get the best of both worlds, and they know they're not getting it. They know they're never going to get it. They want the women over in the States to fuck them on the first date. They want them to be as traditional as they claim that the women overseas are. What's the agenda for them possibly doing that? Your guess is as good as mine. But they feel like they're getting everything that they want culturally from the woman overseas. We think it's bullshit, but they claim that they're getting that. So they claim that they're not able to find that in the States. We can all be honest with each other. We're all adults. You can find whatever you want to find in the States. It's whether you can afford it. And amongst a lot of other criteria, can you actually attract that person? Are you attracted to that person? Are you willing to be committed to that person? And actually, that type of person is going to want a family. That person is going to possibly want a marriage. And what we've been seeing with these passport bros gaslighting the fuck out of us, when they led with, we're looking for wives. And that, as a man, I spoke about that like last year or a year before that. I was like, that right there has got my attention. I've never heard a man in my life say, yearning for a wife. I've never seen that in my life. I don't think I ever will see that. But we had a whole movement of men like, I gotta go travel. I gotta pack my bags. I gotta leave because I can't find a wife in the whole country. In some of these huge metropolitan cities like Atlanta, like, it's ridiculous to say that. But I'm just saying, like, let me finish the point. Is like, there are huge cultural differences going on, language differences. I'm sure the way of life that they're able to live over in the States, they have to take a hit over there in those other countries. They have to also, I've said on some of these podcasts, not very often, is like, they got to really question what is the motive for that woman interacting with them. Like, over here, I don't know about y'all, I don't have any threats of scopolamine. I don't have any threats of that in Atlanta. I don't know about y'all in your states, but in that Passport Bro documentary, they talk about these women who they made a business. They're making a business on scoping dudes. I've never seen that over here in the States. Like, you might see women who make a business out of like taking boots off of cars. Like, I've never seen, maybe shoot me the documentary if you can find it. Show me a documentary of American women making, on Vice or on a documentary, just laughing about scoping and drugging dudes. I'm not saying that dudes don't get drugged over here. I'm not saying that, but the threat is not the same. And then I think in recent weeks, you've been seeing the rise in the Dominican Republic. Dudes are coming back with a House of Virginia, HIV. If you don't understand that reference, so they're lying about a lot. They're and we've said it for years. Like, you don't got to lie to kick it. If you just want to travel to fuckery, if you want to travel to find a wife, if you want to travel for whatever the fuck, do that. But the triangulation, the content, the take it to panels, I don't understand why you're doing that on a whole nother fucking country. I don't understand why you're doing that when you found the love of your life. I don't understand that. When I got married, I didn't take to Twitter. I didn't take to fucking social media to shit on people who weren't married. I didn't shit on people from other countries to say, look what the fuck I got and you don't got it. I was happy as a fucking clam. I was enjoying the night that we were getting married. I was enjoying the honeymoon the week after. I mean, right after that. So what I'm saying is, like, these dudes, they're not happy. They're degenerates. Watch the documentary. So I was doing some Googles too. I didn't bring the receipts, but it got me thinking before that Vice documentary came out, or maybe it was after it. I think I was like kind of pinging or texting Maya, and I was like, listen, are Passport Bros sex addicts? Because I think, like, one of the things that I can maybe try to remember from memory was, like, a sex addict is someone that, like, can't control their urges. They will risk / threaten their standing in their employment. They will do things recklessly for sex and things like that. And I'm like, they'll have risky sex, and I'm like, you know what? It's kind of quacking like a duck. It's dipping its head in the water like a duck. It's got a hard bill. It's looking like a duck. The Passport Bros might be sex addicts, and they just don't want to let us know. That's enough of the content for the Passport Bros, guys. So let me look at the comments. Oh, no. Like, let's be clear about this. This is a good little post, Gary Reed. Like, I don't think any of us want anything bad to happen to the Passport Bros. Like, it was really as a big bro to little bro kind of conversation. So, like, I want them to live a better life. Like Kanye West said on, like, birthday song, I want you to do better. Y'all need to do, y'all meaning the Passport Bros need to do better. It's not, they're not living rent free in our head. Like, I wasn't thinking about them. I tell y'all, every couple of lives I might make a post. But it wasn't until the Vice documentary came out, and I was like, oh, okay, let me check this out. Like I said, I tell you on these panels, I don't watch Passport Bro content week in, week out. I'm over that. We already see them for who they are. We got them dead to rights. We caught them in the lies. They can't really gaslight us anymore. This is exactly what it is. I was trying to allude to, is like, it is a hustle. And I think that it's, we can see that they've gotten the Passport Bros have gotten very quiet. You don't see it viral as much as anymore. Austin Hallman has had to scurry from country to country to country, and now he's in Kenya. And like I said, I don't check in on his shit. I haven't seen anything go viral from him. But yeah, I agree with you on this. One, it's a hustle, and they got hip to the game. Yeah, it was. And I like I said, everybody needs to watch the Vice documentary, and they need to watch the Angie and TJ commentary about it. Yeah, I was too. I would love to know how recent that was. Yeah, they are, but I'm just saying, that might be happening. And that's why I had to pull it back, because I did see that. I don't know if it was this movie called Hustlers that J-Lo was in, and it was about, they were talking about, even Cardi B kind of joked about how when she was an exotic dancer / stripper, she was drugging dudes allegedly. But sure, Richard, it is happening in the States. We're not going to grounds. I'm not living in ground zero where that shit's happening. These dudes are going to ground zero where that shit's happening. That's the difference. Let me see. Yeah. Gary, I don't know. Cause like I said, I'm out of that YouTube rabbit hole. I don't watch that stuff anymore. I really don't see people talking about them too much. Now, to your point, 8 at the Table, they did make a post like 2 or 3 weeks ago about Passport Bros, but they were talking about it in response to the Dominican Republic and how these dudes, they're risking it all for love and not in a chivalrous way. They're doing it. They're risking their life. They're risking their health. They're risking sexual health to go over and get something that is really a facade. I don't see really anybody. They're not really, in my world, in my algorithm, I'm not really getting any. I'm not getting any Passport Bro content pushed to me. Whatever. I mean, maybe in your algorithm, Gary, not in mine. But let's. I'm not seeing any of them. Only time I see Passport Bros, I'll close on this. The only time I see anything about Passport Bros is when Zed posts about it. She's been making some really great posts on the community notes, and then the Vice documentary, and that's it. And then what y'all talk about in the chats, that's it. I don't see anything. So let's go to this. It was hard to watch. It depended on what side you're on. I remember I was kind of like questioning, like, why the hell the Chiefs favored in the Super Bowl? Eagles got like I felt like the Eagles had like a stout defense. It wasn't until I Googled after the show, I was like, they were the number 1 ranked. And I think they were either like number 1 pass and like top 2 ranked, or either number 1 ranked and like top 2 or 3 pass ranked. And I'm like, shit, that's all the Chiefs got going. They don't have a fucking running game. And I think they only put up like 20 or 30 yards at running on the ground in that Super Bowl. It was fucking brutal to watch. I went to go see it in a sports bar with my red pillar best friend, and we were just sitting with 2 golden girls, just at this high top bar table, and it was split. Like my red pillar best friend, he was going for Philadelphia. He doesn't watch football. He doesn't know shit about it. I was going for the Chiefs. I wanted to see a 3-peat, and then the other golden girls were split. And like it was brutal to watch. I was like, it's giving Tampa. Like when Tampa played the Chiefs, like what, 4 years ago or something like that, they got, they were just, they had, Patrick Mahomes on the run. He couldn't really get situated. He couldn't really get comfy in the pocket. Same thing happened with this. And I think this was like twice as bad, twice as brutal as the Chiefs Tampa game. But I was like, whatever Philly is feeding that defensive line, man, they need to start feeding that offensive line. That offensive line got completely embarrassed. They were the Eagles were playing bully ball. It was hard to watch. And like Red Pillar best friend was like, I think it was in the first quarter. He was like, I'm gonna leave. I'm probably gonna leave. I'm like, dude, it's not even in the half. He was like, I'll stay for the half, and he left like before the halftime show, and left me alone in that bar. And I stayed till like the end of the Kendrick Lamar halftime show, which was cool. I was kind of like conflicted because I'm a big Drake fan and Kendrick fan. They're both in my Mount Rushmore. I was hoping he wasn't going to diss him on live TV, but he did. But I watched the show, the halftime show. It was a nice halftime show. But after the halftime show was over, I was like, I told the Golden Girls, I'm like, I'm going home. If I watch any more of this game, I'm gonna cry because this shit's hard to watch. They're just completely getting their ass whooped. But let's see, hold on. As JoJo from Casey and JoJo / Josie would say, the Chiefs had a well whipped ass. Like they got their ass completely whooped. And I don't blame Patrick Mahomes. Like it was a terrible offensive line. But I think even though Saquon Barkley didn't have a great game on the paper, I think the threat that he posed it really opened things up, windows up for the wide receivers and Jalen Hurts. But they all still, played really great. Let's see. It's called drafting. No, I mean, I promise you, they got one dude over there that is like, I swear, like 500. They got one dude that's like humongous, and like they said, they made a stat on the Super Bowl saying like one of the average weight of like the defensive line on the Eagles is like 400, like close to 500 pounds or some shit. I might be like exaggerating, but I'm just like they're feeding them something. Uh, it's just kind of like a little bit of a joke, but I was just over there in the sports bar, like, yo, show Taylor Swift on the screen. Like she's kind of like a good luck charm. So I was like, they were purposely not showing Taylor Swift at all. But just like it was a bloodbath. It was, probably great to see if you were rooting for the Eagles, but I was like Jerry Seinfeld. I threw my hands up and I walked out. When I got home, I didn't turn the shit back on. I might have checked it on my phone, and I was like, I'm done. This is a wrap. So it got closer apparently, but I didn't watch. But Shannon Sharp and Chad Ochocinco, they were saying, don't get confused with the score. This shit was a blowout. Yeah, they did. It was, yeah, they did. I'll give them that. But like I said, they that strength. They need the Chiefs need to like up that cafeteria budget. They need to like get them in the gym too. It was embarrassing. Let me see. ASAP Rocky, we're not going to show the video, but I didn't even really do my homework too much. But like, apparently he had a gun charge. He got acquitted of it. It was like it was a huge celebratory moment. Y'all should go check it if you're living under a rock. Let's see. Oh boy. I'm surprised that J-Rel is still a thing after that dude lost his job, but I mean, this too. Happy Valentine's Day or happy Valentine's Day. I don't know which one you celebrate. But I had a nice little Valentine's Day weekend. For me, I people who are friends, people, even maybe like my on again, off again ex, like we were just kind of like trading, like, hey, happy Valentine's Day or whatever. I still need to kind of like drop off some chocolates for my baby sister, but I had a great little Valentine's Day weekend. This woman that I've been dating, we exchanged some gifts. She's like a huge creative. She loves vinyls. She's a Kendrick Lamar stan, so I got her GTX on vinyl. She's a huge NERD fan. Gave her that. Got her that. She got me some gifts. She got me Donda. Don't kill me, but I'm a huge Kanye fan. Listen, I only support the fashion and the music. That's it. Because he had a hard. He was kind of going crazy last 2 weeks ago or something like that. I do not support what he says and what he says in public, and his political affiliations. I don't do that, but she got me Donda on vinyl. Surprisingly, I don't have that. So I'll get that in hand this weekend. Still on the hunt for Life of Pablo and some of the others, but let me see what's in the chat. Okay, some more NFL talk. The Eagles should have won the last time. No, I don't know about all that. I'm not saying they don't deserve to win. Shit. I mean, if you want to say that, the 49ers deserve to win. But if you give Patrick Mahomes time in the pocket, if you give him an opportunity, if he's not getting beat down by the defensive line, is not able to penetrate the and knock him out the pocket, Patrick Mahomes will beat you. But they couldn't get first downs. They couldn't get to the red zone in that Super Bowl. It was boring. I mean, it was hard to watch. Let's see. Oh, you like that last Kanye shirt? No, I don't. And see, I saw that shirt. He posted a couple shirts. He posted a White Lives Matter shirt. He posted a swastika. And when he posted that White Lives Matter shirt, I tucked that in. I was like, I saved the screenshot, but I wasn't going to post it because a lot of family members on again, off again, they'll come at me and be like, yo, you see what he's posting? You see this? You see him crashing out? you still gonna be a fan? I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna stick beside him. I mean, I'm not buying the shit. I got what I needed to get off his store, but no, I didn't buy that stuff. I'm not wearing that. Um, so and the Kanye commercial during the Super Bowl was trash. And it wasn't the first time he's done that shit. But he's doing pretty well. He does really well on that. When he on his website that he sells the Easy Supply. I mean, little hot take, and I could be dead wrong. I think some of these little crash outs are because he wants to get out of contracts. That's just my tinfoily conspiracy. I am not trying to say what he's saying is right because this is the last thing I'll say about Kanye. Reason why I had to tuck the shit in. He doubled down and tripled down on the slavery is not a choice. And I said, you know what? I can't defend this shit. I can't. I fucking can't. So like when you think there's something that you can maybe rationalize, or like, hey, maybe Kanye meant this, maybe Kanye meant that. It's times when he doubled down, triple downs, quadruples down on um the slavery is not a choice shit. I'm like, all right, man. And then like a couple days after, it was like TMZ was like him and his second wife are headed rumored to be headed towards a divorce. That's the last thing I'll say about Kanye. Let me see. There was something I wanted to say. My banners are like all over the place. So we talked about the Eagles. We talked about ASAP Rocky. I wanted to talk about some movie stuff real quick. Just I don't know where my stuff is. Like I'm tweaking. Where is the movie? Okay, let's get into it. So I went to go see The Brutalist, 3.5 hour film. I went to go see that with 52-year-old Jewish white movie producer. We enjoyed it. Adrian Brody and Guy Pearce, some acting ass actors. They were acting their ass off. Adrian Brody is nominated for like best actor, and the movie itself is nominated for best film, maybe some other stuff too. But it was about I guess a Jewish let me see, what was it called? I'm forgetting the name of it's I'll say this. Great movie. I think he was like a civil engineer. I think the person he played, but he was great in these like great buildings and stuff like that. It was a great little movie. I was watching it and I was like, is this based off a true story? But you should go see that. The second movie, The Substance, I have not seen this yet. I might try to watch it tonight. It's got Demi Moore. She's nominated for Best Actress. I think it's about a movie about beauty standards and aging, and maybe the lengths that people will go to try to hack the system, preserve youth and beauty and things like that. That's all. That's all I'll say about it. Captain America, Brave New World. Saw that twice. There's a lot of people on Twitter, on social media, trying to like shit on that movie. For the reasons you would already expect. They don't want to see a black Captain America. They want what they were accustomed to. So they're trying to tank the movie. They don't want to see diversity win. So that when it tanks, they're going to say, "Oh, nobody wanted to see this anyway." The movie, did pretty well at the box office. I think it's like number one domestically, number one worldwide. So I'm hoping that it continues to do well and at least makes its budget back. All things considered, I think it made like 194. I think it has to make like, they shot it with like one in the 190s, but it needs to make like 500 worldwide for it to break even. So that's enough of that. Let me see, what was I gonna say? I think there was like content I wanted to get into. Let me see. So let me see if there's like what I wanted to show in terms of like content. I'll skip some of the social media stuff. I thought something that was kind of interesting to show. Let me see. Let me try to cue something up. Give me a second. And I appreciate y'all for joining this late show. Like I said, like I want to make sure I get things perfect. Let me just cue this up. So let me go to the comments real quick. Oh, Zed, listen, you are the woman of the hour. We started this live off with Jamie's and I think maybe CTG Policia. OB, good to see you. I'm gonna respond to that in a second. No, I have not gone on Kendra G. A promise is a promise. I'm gonna go on. I'll definitely go on. I did not. I've been in her chat sometimes, like just watching some of the episodes, usually on replay and stuff like that. It's a great show. But Zed, glad to see you. What have you been up to? People want to know. Feel free to join the panel. I haven't put the stuff out there yet. I'm gonna definitely do it. Let me speak to this. I spoke about this a little bit in the beginning because you posted something before the live show started. Listen, I'm kind of dating someone. When we first met, the intentions weren't to date, but things have evolved. We had a great little Valentine's Day. I don't know if you heard, and I was just like on the last live, I was like, you know what? I feel like I have some bandwidth. I could do Kendra G, but I'm like, I promise is a promise. I will definitely do Kendra G, but I'm like, I just want to make sure the timing is right because I'm like, if I do that, listen, I'm as they say, like the DMs are gonna be flooded, and I'm the person who I've been getting to know. Like I kind of want to just give that its fair chance and stuff like that. But like I said, a promise is a promise. I will definitely do it. I did not. Let me share something, and I will do it. I will do it someday. I promise that. A promise is a promise. Anybody who knows me in real life, they know like if I said something, I'm definitely doing it. I'm stubborn and hard headed on like a lot of different areas of life. One is promises. Let's see. So this was like interesting. I don't know if this is fake news or not. Hold up. Okay, we're sharing it. Fair use. Hold up. Zed is joining us. Okay, Zed's on the panel. Let me put the fair use on real quick. And go back to this. So I thought this was kind of interesting. I'm gonna just go full screen. Oh, I can't go full screen. It's just really the caption. It's saying like Ohio lawmakers are proposing a law that bans men from ejaculating without conception. So that is wild. Probably won't pass, but I'm like, that's interesting, and I wonder how the manosphere would take to this because they are the kings of purity culture. This is kind of a kick to the throat because they love purity culture. This law right here it's all purity culture. It's got purity culture written all over it. For men though, they want single. They hate single moms. They hate body. They don't want they don't want fatherless homes. Here you go. That'll stop it. So I just want to show that real quick. That was kind of funny. Zed, how have you been? I don't know if your speaker's working. I love the little avatar, but I'll wait for you to get back. Let me see some other content I think I want to show. What else? One thing I wanted to show was like I think that was kind of like interesting was I think it's some other like pop culture news if you weren't living under a rock, if you were living under a rock. Beyonce and Kendrick Lamar cleaned up at the Grammys. This is old news. This is probably like two weeks ago. I didn't watch it, but I was kind of passively watching it on Twitter. and I was surprised as hell when she won best album, best country album for Cowboy Carter. I was like, what? And then I started tweaking, and I'm like, wait. Did she win best song? And it had not happened yet. And I went to sleep, and I woke up, and I found out she won not only best she won like best country album. I think she won best song. But she won album of the year. That's insane. Which I think in a good way. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying she doesn't deserve it, but I'm just like, that was really a huge piece of history that she won best picture. And Kendrick Lamar cleaned up it. He won best. I think he won like best rap album. No, he did not win best rap album. That was Doechii. But he won song of the year. He won like, it was song of the year, record of the year, whatever. For They Ain't Like Us. He won that. He cleaned up in everything he was nominated with. He won. So that's like, if you were living under a rock, Beyonce won album of the year. That's huge. So she was like the first Black woman to win a best country album. I love the history of that. It was a big fuck you to the country community that kind of like turned their back on her. I have not listened to the album. I'll be honest with you. I did love Renaissance. I didn't listen to Cowboy Carter. I don't know if I want to, but anyway, Zed, how are you? Is your mic working? Maybe not. Let me go back into other stuff, because I think there's like content to show. So
All
I think
that. Okay, so I think I finally I figured it out. So I actually took a day off on the 9th, on the 12th, I think, thinking you were gonna be on, online, you're gonna have a live at the beginning. What happened?
I am a perfectionist, so I felt like I probably wasn't ready. Like I was like, and since I pushed it back, I was like, I felt like that yesterday. I was like, I don't have my banners together. I don't have my timestamps together. I don't, have that together. So like, I pushed it back. So like I said, I'm kind of like a perfectionist. So I'm like, I would like to do. This is a good segue, actually, Zed. I'm about to start like a tech training, a 7-month tech training next March. I mean, this March, like a month from now. So like, I try to do. I really aim to do these every 2 weeks. I might be doing them every 3, but I'm like, but that's why I move them out. Like it's only because I feel like, you know what, I don't have enough content I don't feel comfortable yet to go to do the live, because I want to have some like pop culture stuff. I want to have some content to show. I don't want to just come on live and just wing it. And I don't want to. I really hate being unprepared. So that's why. But if you ever go ahead.
I really think, I mean, when you are talking, we like to listen to you. There is really, look at everybody else. They are on the live 24/7, and they do not, it's not like, they provide anything that could be, remotely be considered educational. So I don't even think like, and I think because right now, the passport bro movement is, it has become so stale.
Okay.
I think what you are trying to provide, and I also think even I like the fact that you are, looking more into the right wing Black men, because I think that is a much more important subject to talk about, and I think you could talk about it without even, preparing too much.
Yeah, I always want to take things to the next level. Like Erykah Badu said, I'm an artist and I'm sensitive about my shit. So I take this stuff seriously, and like I want to at some point this year take this up to another level. But hey, I said earlier, Zed, I'm gonna always be thankful for you for giving me the access to your platform, to giving me the shot to do this. I'll say, you know what, I'll give you your flowers. If I ever get thoughts of like quitting YouTube, I think about I'm quitting on Zed first. And I'm like, because I'm like, you put me up on the stage, you gave me this opportunity. So I'm like, man, if I'm quitting, if I said like, hey, I'm gonna take a hiatus, I'm quitting on you who gave me the opportunity. And that's why I'm like, nah, don't quit. Don't do that. Don't take time off. Like
But I think I have this feeling that I brought you into a community that is probably the kind of community you probably do not want to know, because I think like you look how careful you are in what you put on, but the community that I monitor, I watch, like the passport bro, they don't even care what they say. I mean, they could say one thing today and they could say the total opposite tomorrow, and they do not even care about about being liars. They don't have any moral. I think you probably do not want to be all part of that. Like on that kind of community.
yeah.
And I really appreciative of you. I mean, like I am now so 100% on us not talking about the passport rules, especially right now. Trump is it is I mean turning America into almost like a banana republic, and I think that would be something we should, we probably should be talking about more. I don't know.
What do you mean by that? Like turning it into a banana republic?
Okay, so for me, a banana, I don't know if you know where the term banana republic came from. So
Just asking for a friend.
yeah. So the term banana republic, I used to think it was actually some kind of movie or a book, but not. It was coined by some American writer, but he didn't really write a book. And when you read about it, this banana republic are the government is controlled by banana plantation owners. So the whole country is run to make profit for the banana plantation. And right now, America is almost being run to make profits for Elon Musk. And if you look at, like right today, I read something about him like trying to bring to the orbit, astronauts, so that he could be like, his X or whatever is gonna be our space agency. Even the name of his like his new government, his new quote unquote department, DOD,
Doge.
is actually, it is a crypto. He's trying to, to use that to use the government to basically be his ad agency for his cryptocurrency. So he is basically turning America into some kind of corporation for himself, to make profit for himself, which is, how, I don't know, it's a really bad thing. And then what is sad to me is like right-wing black people, yeah, so supporting him, because like the thing that happened with the white South Africans, um, he uh, he he wants to bring them here, which is by itself, you know how these right-wing black people are always attacking us, black immigrants, but here he is trying to bring white South Africans here,
Right? Yeah.
and he's not bringing them because he's trying to help the black people there in South Africa. He believes that there is a genocide. And if you read about the so-called genocide of white South Africans, it's racism. South Africans, the rate at which South white farmers are being killed is the same, is much lower than black South Africans killing each other. So if you think there is a genocide, it means that you value white life more than you value black life. And the very fact that I don't know. So the very fact that he believes there is genocide tells you he's a racist person. And the fact that he has lost absolutely no black support because of that. But this, this black, black magas attack people like me because they think anyways.
Yeah, he's about to win a lot of support over these supposed Doge checks. Like apparently, I saw something yesterday saying Trump and Elon are thinking about cutting the Doge dividend check. Like they're hoping to cut $5,000 per person because of the money they're saving from this Doge stuff. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. It's
And that
scary.
is actually a bad thing. Eh, because what happens is, for one thing, if they're, it's a propaganda because it shouldn't be a one-time thing. If they are really saving us money, and they're saying they're saving that much by cutting US aid, which doesn't make sense because US aid, I mean, $500,000 times whatever tax-paying household America had, that's a lot of money. And
Right.
US aid was not spending that much. So the money is probably, and it's a one-time thing. If they are, if they are really saving money from US aid, we should be getting it every year. But we will not getting it every year. It's just a one-time, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I wanted to ask you, did you see that My Raisins, I mentioned that Passport Bro documentary on Vice. Did you get a chance to look at that?
I didn't see it. What was it about?
Oh, they kind of go in their journalistic style and they're trying to understand, how did this begin? What is the culture? What are their motives? How are they really living? And I think one of the things that's kind of stuck with me is how apparently there's two influencers in the Passport Bros named Austin. One of them's, the Austin Holman that we know. There's another Austin that they're selling this digital nomad lifestyle and hey, you should quit your job and get a be able to find a job that you can like work overseas. And one of the fans showed up and he was like, yeah, and this guy Austin, not the Austin Holman that we know, but he was like, he convinced me that all the women in the West are this and that. And he's like, have you even been over to America? And he's like, no. And then he convinced them to like move over to like, I don't know if it was like Colombia or something like that. And they're the way the manner in which that they're dealing with these women, is just very risky. And I think I was saying it earlier in the live is like, there's been headlines for the last 2 or 3 weeks saying that DR is like HIV central. Like everybody, like people are coming back. Like people are coming back with not just some experiences. They're coming back. They might be coming back with a house in Virginia, or HIV, as people say. So like I was saying earlier on the lives, like these Passport Bros are really gaslighting us because, listen, like it's hard enough to if a guy from up north in New York were to date someone from the South, there are going to be some cultural differences.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm not saying that there will always be cultural differences. There's going to be sometimes where people are going to look past that, but they're not just going across race. They're going across religion. In some cases, they're going across countries, and they're just acting like no, none of that matters. They don't even question why none of that is really maybe none of those differences are being brought up. And Angie and TJ, I told everybody, go watch Angie and TJ's kind of like commentary on the Vice documentary, and like how she's kind of bringing to light how you brought to light that the Passport Bros were never looking for wives. They're just going over there to go hang in little bars and get some and basically go to get the kind of Hooters, but triple X Hooters. They're trying to like go over there and get adult entertainment on a cheap scale. And if that's what they want, just say that. Like if as a man in the States, if you want to go to Hooters and watch a game and look at the women, if that's what you want to do, go do that. You don't gotta lie and you don't gotta like lash out, and you don't have to say what you want to do and do it. I just feel like people feel so judged to live their truth, whether they are bisexual, whether they are doing things that are not aligned with the popular culture, and they have to like lie and they have to gaslight people and they have to throw misdirection plays so people don't understand what they're doing. They have to like these men that we should not be throwing around the words marriage and wife as loosely as they do, or as the red pillar, right wing dudes do. They want to talk about wives. They want to talk about marriages, but they don't want to get married and they don't want to have kids. They want to talk about like, just be who you want to be. Stop lying about it. And we have always been able to see through those guys, because we came to your channel and you brought a light to it first, that brought us here. But a lot of these men, they can't see through it. They don't see that. Like on the documentary, another thing that stuck out to me was the other guy named Austin. Some of these guys are dating overseas, or maybe they're dating domestically, and they're filming content with women over in Colombia or over in Kenya just for the sake of pretending like they're on a date. Like,
oh my God.
Yeah. Just to like tell their audience, hey, look at what I found over here. But what they're just doing is they're just filming a TikTok just to it's just for engagement. So what the Vice documentary was kind of like bringing to light was like, yo, can you guys admit that you guys are selling a dream to these men? And you saw, and giving them some pushback, and the influencers, the Passport Bro influencers were just like dodging and dancing around it. Like, no, we're not doing that. It's not what you think. We're actually trying to empower them. And even the Austin guy was like, hey, we started this out as a men's improvement and showing them how to like optimize their life, but then we started to see other degenerate guys come into it. So like they try to distance themselves from the J Rellos of the world, but they're actually kind of encouraging them and encouraging them to kind of do the things that they're doing, but they don't want to take ownership of it. But
here is the thing. When they first started, it was about women here in America being, modern, and when they say modern, women not wanting to get married, not wanting to, to stay at home and be, housewives, stuff like that. Then I think the best thing to happen to feminists like me, to women like me who uphold the Passport Bros, is the Passport Bros live stream. Because with the live stream, they can't edit it. Not like, they can show us. So you watch things happening in real life, in real time. And what you see is the women, the ones that are responding positively to the Passport Bros are not traditional women.
Right.
When I was watching Relo, and the only women that, he's so offensive, he's just, screaming at every girl that passed by. The only women that respond to him are the women that are sex workers. And what had happened now is, instead of admitting that, the problem is not American women, the problem is themselves. The reason they hate America is not because American women are, American women are not, modern women, because these men are not traditional. My dad is traditional, so I know what traditional men look like. Traditional men do not sleep around.
Right.
Traditional men do not sleep around. Traditional men date with the intention of marriage. A traditional man do not, sleep with a sex worker. Yeah, and if you are sleeping with a sex worker, then you're not a traditional man, right? At least that's what I think. And I think what's happening right now is, instead of saying that, you know what, we were lying. The reason we don't like American women is because American women are not affordable to us. We are broke men. That's
right.
That's the only reason they are leaving America. Is not the only reason they are leaving America is because American women are not affordable. They cannot afford us. Because when they go to, when they go to poor countries, they, they would say that, what, the women only date us, American men, because we have money. And they are not offended by that. But here in America, they will tell you women who want money from men are materialistic. But abroad, they're not for some reason, because abroad they know that they could afford the woman.
And I would even take the woman out of it. I think this economy is it's so difficult. The guys, a lot of these guys, it's a couple things I think. Like I agree with what you're saying. Also, I would say the economy is it's so expensive to live that the guys who are misogynistic or who want to even be patriarchs, it's very difficult. It's very it's hard to afford that lifestyle, to be a sole provider. To there's some of these men, regardless of the economy, regardless of whether things were better and less expensive, they're seeing the world change. They're seeing things become. They're seeing things become. You're seeing things like the P. Diddy being, put in jail, where 20 years ago that might not have been a story. They wouldn't have been looking. But they're seeing the world change, and these guys are anti-change. It's like when Trump got in office, they're like, "Oh my gosh, now we get to go back to 2 genders." What did those other genders do to you? I mean, at all. But like they're just cheering it on. So it's like they want the world to go back on their terms.
And I'm so glad you said on their terms, because I do not see them being offended with the women working. Like, if a woman was to work and provide for them, they would be fine with that.
Right.
But they still would expect that woman to come home and cook and clean. Right. So they are okay with some part of modernity, but not with other parts that's not beneficial for them.
Yeah, and I will also say this. I don't know about you, but like anytime a guy says, "Hey, I want to marry this woman," you have put a target on your back, because now people are going to expect that to happen. So like when the Passport Bros said, "We're looking for wives," okay, buddy, you got 12 to 24 months, and we're going to expect to see a wife, because this was supposed to be a whole lot more affordable. You don't get to just, "Oh no, we were just just trying to we haven't found her yet. We've gone to our 10th country." No, because you said it was all these countries were affordable. So, but it's just like, a lot of these guys are hiding behind the guilt of that misogyny, in my opinion, has left behind. That how many guys were actually able to live up to the standard that misogyny set? Not very many. How many guys? A lot of guys, they don't have an identity outside of misogyny.
No,
so they're fleeing these countries to try to feel to be something that they're actually not.
And you said something about them, like it is, you say, like when you mentioned that it's been 12 months, it's been 24 months, hurry up and marry. I mean, you said that we expect them to get married. It's not because I do not value marriage and I don't want you to get married, but you said that the reason you are leaving the West is because you want to get married. So if you have not been married and it's been 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, the problem is not the Western women, right? I don't know.
That's exactly it. It's a lot of gaslighting, and it's like this social media is just very toxic. There's a lot of negative content. That's why people like Austin Hallman and I keep forgetting the guy from Romania, Andrew Tate, that they're able to thrive, or I forget the other guy with what was the school shooting guy? What's his name? The guy who got in trouble, he got sued. Hold on. Hey, but there was a guy. There was that Sandy Hook, and he was the guy. He's that guy.
Alex.
Yeah, Alex Jones. Yeah. So it's like these guys. What I find fascinating about the Passport Bros, in a sense, or the Proud Boys, and I want to do the Google later on, is how much have these leaders of these movements actually made? Is the leader of the Proud Boys, is he rich? Did he become rich off of this? And it's
Who is Proud? Like I know. Austin is living a life that a lot of the people his age wouldn't be able to live. I mean, he's not living lavishly, but his only income is Passport Bros. So yeah, some of them are.
And that's what I'm saying. It's like, but to me, Austin Hallman is just a piece on the chessboard. He's not the mastermind of this. The person who really started this, the person way, way, way higher that started this, this red pill stuff that started the inspiration for the Passport Bros, whoever that is, have they made money off of this?
I think so. That's, I think, Andrew Tate or Andrew something.
Yeah, we could ask that. How much has Andrew Tate made off of the last couple, 2 or 3 years of?
He's a millionaire.
Yeah. But he was I think he was like a football player or something like that before. He's a retired professional athlete. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Y'all. But he had money coming in. Like, he wasn't just a regular guy like Austin Hallman that just blew up on the internet. He was a guy that had money from a prior career, and then he's just kind of like weaponizing. Yeah. Here we go. He's a professional boxer.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
But some of the videos I want to show today. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Thank you, CTG Policia. Listen, I love me some CTG Policia tonight.
Well, not really. I don't like him.
Oh yeah.
I have blocked him, so I don't even see a lot of what he says.
He's been a great subscriber tonight.
Okay.
But he's worth over 90 million before this. So yeah, it's like some of the content I want to show tonight is like men are drawn, some men, not all men, some men, a lot of men actually are drawn to these influential figures. Andrew Tate, being, peak fitness, he has accumulated wealth. He's smoking cigars. He's got all the women. Appears to have all the women. He's got the cars. So people flock to him because he maybe defines to them what true masculinity looks like. And actually, I haven't been a great host. Richard, how are you?
Well. Sorry, Richard.
Well, we meet again. How are my levels?
It's good.
Both to Zed and Chris, it's good to see you guys back at work.
Yeah.
Producing some content.
Yeah.
You said so much. There's so much to unpack.
Yeah.
But I'm going to start with a little pushback.
Yeah.
What Chris said earlier. And that is that the whole gaslighting thing that brothers are doing. I know you guys are getting tired of talking about Passport Bros and the movement and blah. But the fact is, the movement is evolving.
Okay.
I don't think they're actually gaslighting anymore. Let's all acknowledge the fact that they are, moving the way they move because they want what they want. I'm going to set that as a sidebar. I'm going to come back to that comment right there. They want what they want.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just the bros. Zed, not sure, how active you are in your profession or what you're doing these days, but there are a lot of sisters with vlogs about moving to Thailand. I was kicking it with a family, an ADOS, an FBA family from the States, the mother of whom had been bringing her son probably for over 20 years. And these just some regular old colored folks, just like me.
But here is the thing, though, Richard. Sorry
but
for interrupting.
if I can put a bow on that, though,
Yes.
I'm looking for a parking space. I'll put it in park.
Yeah.
But so my point is, there was a lot of what might be called gaslighting, but it was really mongering. And there are guys who are just mongers in the world, some of whom learned this from veterans who, told them about their escapades in foreign lands. I want to come back to that, but I don't think it's even gaslighting anymore. I think it's more of us, ADOS, FBA, who are realizing that, the states ain't all that they claim it to be. And that maybe overseas could be a better option for some of us, not all of us, of course. And I think in reality, they're expressing, their truth. The strip club culture created a generation of young Black men who, rather than date a girl or court a girl properly, I just want to know how much is it going to cost for tonight. So you've got that mentality. And yes,
though.
that's going to spread. And that's for me to put it in part. Can you address some of those points?
Yeah, but here is Richard, and I don't know if you saw Obi's comment, and I vehemently oppose that, because a passport bro is not just going abroad. You are not a passport bro, for instance. I mean, you didn't leave America because
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah.
You're not. And I am actually planning to leave America too. But I'm not leaving America searching for a man or, searching for cheap sex. They are leaving America because they want, they say that, America is not providing them, what do you call it? Traditional wife, traditional woman. Here is the problem I have. You think that they have changed the goal, but they can't. You cannot change the goal. If I told you that, I am dating white men because black men are not respecting me, but then but then you see me dating white men who are not respecting me, I can't all of the sudden say, you know what, I have changed my mind. I'm just dating, white men because I like the way they look. I can't say that. I can't say because what they say first was they were going abroad looking for traditional women. Now we know they're not looking for traditional women, and then all of a sudden they can't change their the goal. That's what the gaslighting Chris is talking about.
Well, Zed, I want to pose this question. They say that they can't find a wife, but does that mean all the right wing women are wifed up? Because they're kind of like trad wife leaning. That's exactly who they should marry.
But here is the thing, though: the right wing women. For one thing is, let's be honest. This anyway, yeah. Who are right wing women, Chris?
Oh, I'm just saying, it's just like hypothetically, like if there are right wing women, like let me see who.
Yeah, just give me one example, because
Candace Owens.
Can I step into that void?
Yes,
and say this about Americans? Trad wife, trad husbands, that's a thing of the past.
Right.
There is a whole generation of young people who aren't even considering marriage, aren't considering college, all the traditional stuff in America. And Zed, I heard you and Chris talking about what's happening with Doge and Elon Musk and, the new regime. Tradition is like out the window. There's no other country that I can think of, first or last world, who would in fact elect a convicted felon as their president and leader. Only America. So tradition is dead. And I bring that up because, I'd like y'all to talk about it, particularly you, Chris. And I think, Zed, you might still be there. I am not, obviously. But tradition is out the window. So that's over with. Traditional wives, traditional husbands, traditional children, it's out the window. What is America going to do? What are you people over there going to do? I pray to God I never have to come back. What are y'all going to do about it?
But hold on, though, because I truly appreciate you, Richard. But let me push back a little bit. Passport bros actually think Trump is traditional. They like everything Trump is doing. They like the fact that Trump is basically an autocrat. They like that. So we cannot use Trump, going against the traditional, whatever tradition America has when it comes to presidency, other justification for them abandoning, tradition. They are abandoning tradition because that's not why they leave America. They're not leaving America because America is the women here are not traditional. They're leaving America because they can't afford the women, and they have to be honest about that. They should say that, we wish we were rich and be able to afford American women, but we can't. So we are going abroad to find women, poor women who, you know, who will give us access to their body because we have money or something like that.
Yeah, I've got some pushback on that one, Zed, but I don't want to dominate.
No problem. You're not. I'm actually about to leave, so don't even worry about it.
I think that in terms of America and its bravado, its legacy, Trump is exactly, it appears, apparently, he's apparently exactly what America wants to represent throughout the globe. A fake strongman, a rich guy, and perhaps at some point, Zed, with all due respect, you might have missed a period in time in America where he was one of the most celebrated TV personalities to ever, you know, become president. And so America likes that thing about him. They like that he's portraying this tough guy role when he's really not. And so the traditional American man is Donald Trump. You know, he grabs him by the, and, you know, they just come on to me. When you're rich, you can do anything. There's a lot of men who feel that way. And yeah, you might be right. They can't afford to do it in the States. So they're going to come abroad. And I don't think they're gaslighting. I think they're getting what they want. And Chris, you're right. That also comes with some STDs. And they don't care. They're strip club dudes anyway. They're used to going to strip clubs. They're used to, you know, riding down the blade late night to, you know, pick up something before they go home. You know, Black American men, bro. I moved out here from Los Angeles. I understand the culture. America might be a lot more prudish in terms of representing itself that way, but Pattaya is no different from Los Angeles to me. I'm near the beach. There are bars where women, you know, sell their bodies. For me, it's like, okay, I'm used to this. Grow up. And I live in good neighborhoods in LA. America's that way anyway. The proliferation of strip clubs is clear evidence that, you know, let a woman be a woman, let a man be a man. It's the oldest profession, they say. But all that aside, Zed, it's not that they can't afford it. And Chris, it's not that they're gaslighting. They're getting what they pay for. And I can't begrudge them. If you can't make it work in the States and if you got to travel, I have not done that. I've been here going on 2 years. That's not my thing. But to some brothers, Black men, that's their thing. They just want to clap cheeks. I don't get it, but that's what it is. So I don't know about the gaslighting, Chris. They're getting what they pay for. Jay Rello getting what he paid for. B-Dub gets what he pays for. Yeah, that's what they paid for. Silly games, silly prizes. And they're grown men, so they're okay with that. And I cannot begrudge them because that's their preference. Real men don't get down like that, I don't think. You know, I think I'm a real guy. I don't get down like that. But some guys do. And you'd be surprised how many of them are veterans of the military, the U.S. military. And this is something they got accustomed to when they were in their late teens to early 20s. That's one of the factors I've been really looking at about the brothers that I've met over here. And when they tell me they're retired military, I'm like, okay. I get it. That's all I'm saying. You know, that's all I'm saying, Zed.
Yeah, I mean, to an extent, I think I agree with you, Richard. There are some people who are just degenerate travelers, but I think where it gets lost, where it gets lost is
so judgmental.
Now we got we got we got you know, speak the truth. We got to call spade a spade. These, but it's when they start triangulating. When Austin Hallman, you know, again, maybe we or we've used some of the other examples when they want to say, hey, you know, the black women in America are nothing like the black women over here in, I don't know, Colombia or Kenya or something like that. That's when they start gaslighting, or they say just, you know, even BA, we love BA, but he'll just say the women in Brazil, they're just better. Their skin is, you know, just glistens a little bit more. You know, they're thinner. They're this, they're that.
Take better care of themselves.
Yeah.
Take showers every day. They
smell like
go to
cinnamon.
the gym. I'm looking at American news, and I'm understanding why brothers are complaining. You know, I get it. You know, the big eyelashes, Kool-Aid colored hair, you know, the women who really don't care about their bodies anymore and just eat whatever. You know, the huge rapper, I forget her name. There's two of them. There's a guy and a girl who are morbidly obese and are very popular and trending in the States. When did that become a thing there? God, I never have to come back there. Anyway.
Well, I think there's maybe a difference between some of these men who are traveling for their fetish and then some of these women, some of these guys who are traveling and there's a malicious intent in how they're trying to triangulate. Like I think with BA, like, listen, we understand.
I don't think so, Chris.
Okay.
I hear you. I don't think
so Richard, when these guys are saying, oh, you know, the women in the States aren't raised to be wives, but the women over here in you know, Colombia, they're raised to be wise.
Well, Chris, I'm going to ask you, do you think American women are raised to be wives anymore? I'm not talking about the past, mom and them, grandmom and them, auntie and them. I'm talking about now. You think so?
Yes.
You know that's not true.
It's true. On, bro. It's true. I think where the difference is, Richard, is these guys aren't.
Dave Johnson, Dank the Moss. I'm sorry, those were the big fat rappers. Anyway.
But the difference is that these guys aren't doing an analysis of the type of women they are attracted to. They're not doing an analysis of, I think they don't want to admit it. Who are they? And what does it take to attract that woman that they want? But if we take that out of the picture and just say, what are the type of women you want? Like I've said on these panels, I would put money down. Austin Hallman is not looking for a wholesome woman that is, you know, carrying books, going to Spelman College, just trying to graduate and working and wanting to be a dental assistant or a lawyer or go to med school or just graduate summa cum laude. He doesn't want to date a woman like that. I mean, he doesn't want that at all.
This is probably going to piss some people off, particularly Zed. Austin Hallman is evolving. He really is. He's evolving.
Okay.
I watch him all the time. He's 5, going on 26. What did I know? This one thing I can tell you that he knows how to travel the world, living off the land, taking care of himself, looking healthy. He's not sitting around in bars he does get drunk.
Stop it.
But I mean, he's not the average brother from America that I see from America. Here's a young man who's taken on the challenge of moving abroad and moving about and learning things. You give that kid 10, 15 years. When he hits about 40 or so, 45, I hope that he's still on the air on a major network somewhere, making millions of dollars, talking about all of these crazy experiences he's had moving about the world. Zed has similar experiences. He moves around the world. It's valuable. I don't care what you might see him doing from day to day. He gets drunk, he's awkward with girls, all that kind of stuff. But the fact of the matter is, he's evolving, man. I'm watching it. He's got some OGs around him helping him out, including James. You know, he's evolving. And I think if we give him more deference in time, over time, he'll be someone that other young men can look to and say, hey, I can take that chance. And sure, you're going to shoot your shot at the girls and do some dumb stuff and maybe get scopolamine.
But
realistically, I wish I could get more black men out of the States.
mm-hmm.
I wish I could.
I hear you.
It's mind bending. It's life changing. It's mind bending. If you're from the hood and you got a chance to spend 30 days abroad, I promise the average young brother would probably not claim the hood anymore. And if they want to travel to Monger, hey man, a lot of retired military men can have lifetimes of stories about their traveling in Monger. It's the way of the world.
And that's where I think is what this is there was probably always a subset of guys that were doing this. There were black men were doing this. It just wasn't a racial political movement.
And nobody bragged about it. No black men I ever met in my life ever bragged about sleeping with prostitutes on a regular. And that's the weirdest part of the movement to me, is like, if I had to go buy it, that was kind of an embarrassment. Like, I had no game. I ain't got no game. I got to go pay for it. Now, I'm taking the girl to the movies. I'm buying flowers, taking her to a nice dinner. That's just me, because I like that kind of stuff.
Uh-huh.
But the idea that these young brothers are so willing to admit that they're mongering is kind of bizarre to me. So,
but I want to, before I go to OB, I just want to push back a little bit. You said there aren't women today are not raised to be wives. I think before I give it to you, I think people get captivated.
None of y'all are raised to be married anymore. None of y'all are raised to be married anymore. Not in your 40s and up. Not in your 40s and up.
What?
40s and down, rather. 40s and back. None of y'all are raised to be married.
I disagree. I think that we are part of a culture that is influencing and encouraging and kind of steering people in that direction. But it's not that it can't happen. It's just that we, for whatever reason, I have to think about my talking points or whatever. But I did actually come to speak about that exact topic. But it's just like, I think that we are perpetuating a culture to young men, specifically black men, that is literally anti-marriage. There's so much fear being spread.
Well, that's my point. Yeah. That's my point.
And it's not black men and black women alike. It's predominantly black men. And I have actually data to show about this. But
I think there are white men who are having those same sentiments these days.
We'll see.
Can I share this? Can I share this real quick? I'm gonna try to make it quick because OB is up and OB is married. Yeah. The only married person on the panel right now.
Yeah.
That I know, at least. Anyway, I remember the Johnny Carson divorce. Now, Johnny Carson was, money no object lifestyle. On TV every night, hottest show back in the day, right? He and his wife got divorced. The conversation, if I'm not mistaken, someone can check me, fact check me on this, was half. Eddie Murphy talked about it. Half my money. So this is nothing new. Men have been going through this since the beginning of time.
Going through what?
Divorcing someone who can take half your wealth.
But see, that statement is a lie. That is not what's happening to the average man. Like when Fearless came on this and he said, man, picking a wife or picking a mate is one of the hardest, biggest decisions a man will ever make. You're talking about like the 1%, the 0.5%. The average black man is not, he's going to be in a working relationship in a marriage.
He asked about you earlier. I was, I'm splitting screens. He asked about you if you mentioned them.
Okay. Well, you can run tell that.
I'll run tell that. Anyway,
but yeah.
So when that happened to Johnny Carson, it changed the playing field, and men began to realize that these are the risks Now, fast forward here in 2025, people, not just brothers, but white guys too, Americans are looking at marriage, as not necessarily the most viable option for your immediate future. That's all I'm saying. So I think, and I said this before on your panel, on your channel, marriage is played out right now, if you ask me. And I'll put it in park right there.
Yep. Hey, OB, how's it going? Welcome to the panel.
What up? What up? What up, Rich?
What's up, OB? How you hitting them, boy?
Pretty good, boss. Pretty good. I wish I could play today. It's freezing here in Texas. We're like 13 degrees.
You counting your score now? You keeping your scorecard?
Yeah.
My man, where you at?
I don't know. I haven't played that much since then. Maybe like 3 rounds or something like that since then.
Okay, that's cool.
And I think it takes, 5, I think, just before you can even get a handicap. It's either 3 or 5, one or the other.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, how you doing, brother? Good to see you up here.
Good, man. I'm listening to you. I think I understand your perspective, but I guess I'm here kind of for America. I know you kind of got this love-hate relationship with it, but I still say it's no place like America, man.
Well, my parents come from the Jim Crow South, and they taught me a lot about their experiences, and that's why I'm like, I still bear some of that pain.
I just don't think there's any other, even for you, you live in Thailand, but you don't work in Thailand. I've yet to see, and the people who do work there, it's mostly females when I see them, and they're English teachers. And from what I've heard, no one really gets paid in any countries. It's not a high-paying profession. But because Thailand is so cheap, then, people make it work for them. And you could have a college degree here in America and still not live in a high-rise and have a decent car. So I think people are looking at it, hey, if I can go there and just become an English teacher and get this high-rise, that maybe even if I have the education, I can't get in the States, then it's a win. But as far as it just being a better place overall, I don't think so. Like, they're not hiring us. They're not giving us any jobs. They'll take your money if you want to come do that. And if you want to come there and get paid $22,000 or $30,000 a year to teach English, something around that area, I'm guessing, then the opportunity is there. But every job in America nowadays basically pays more than 30,000 or 30,000. I know Movie Grill, the movie theater here in Texas where you can go in and pick up your meals. I think they get paid like $14 an hour, and tips became mandatory a little bit after COVID. And I think it's a mandatory of like 15%. So even just high school kids working at the movie theater are damn near they're not damn near, they are pulling in $25,000 a year, which is, basically what a lot of these teachers are getting working in Thailand. So that's why I say there's no place like America. We can say how we feel because we get the luxury when we go over there because we are Americans, but there ain't no place like America.
You've been to Thailand, haven't you? OB, you've been to Thailand, right? OB?
Maybe we lost him.
Chris?
I've been to Thailand just briefly, maybe a few
Can you
days.
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I haven't been. So I've only been to Japan when it comes to Asia, but in October, I'm going to hit a couple of countries in Asia. I'll probably do 2 weeks. I know China's going to be one of them. I'll go to the Philippines or something like that, maybe Thailand, maybe do 3-4 days in each one, take off for 2 weeks. But I mean, I'm enjoying doing the States. I've traveled a lot, just worldwide. Like I said, I've been to Scotland, I've been to London, I've been to Europe just multiple times. I've been to Iceland twice. I've been to so many places I forget. I've been all over Mexico. I'm enjoying the States now. I'm headed back to California this weekend, actually. On Friday, I'm going to go back out there and just go play some golf. It's still so much beauty here, but it's kind of like Zayed said, these guys are running over there because they don't have the income to do it. When I go to Palm Springs, I'll rent $1 million house, only costs a couple $100 on Airbnb, bathtubs outside, showers outside. It's secluded. No one can see you. Wife can go outside, look at the stars. renting a little electric BMW. When you get out there, brand new, couple of $100. Like, we have all those things that, like I say, I don't want it to be overlooked. Like I say, traveling is good, and traveling overseas is good. But I'm just here, like I said, to fight for America. There's no place like it, man. Especially for Black people.
I beg to
Like,
differ, my brother.
tell me a place, make the argument. Tell me a place where we can look where Black people are actually getting jobs, not there because they're bringing money with them to spend money. People always take your money. That's even true in the States. It's always been documented and kind of made fun of in Black films when it comes to how Asian people treat us when we come into the store on movies like Menace to Society. I feel sorry for your mother when they come in there and try to buy something, even though these guys spending money with them every day. But once again, they're there. They'll take our money. The Arabs, they're in our communities, or just in America. I can't really even say our communities. I don't own every community in America. But I'm just saying they put their convenience stores in places where they know minorities are going to be. And a lot of them don't mess with us like that, but they'll take our money. So that's just all how I see Thailand. Awesome if you got the money, you can go experience. Awesome if you could go experience it in retirement or whatever the situation may be. But overall, they're not giving us anything. They're just taking our cash.
I think
And
you.
then something. Go ahead.
I agree with you completely. In that, what you're saying about taking our cash is true, but you also said that happens throughout America. You're going to California. You said Palm Springs.
Correct.
Yeah, that's where the good golf is. There's some good golf courses all throughout LA, though. But the same thing happens there. Palm Springs is a tourist destination in as much as Thailand is or Brazil is. I mean, LA, I lived there for 25 years. Trust me, I've been to Venice Beach a gazillion times, Malibu, all that stuff. The Palisades included, but that's just life. So I don't look at them any differently than I would look if I went back to Philadelphia, my hometown, and went to a cheesesteak joint. Wow, you live in LA now, or you live in Thailand now, and hey, buy my cheesesteak. That's just kind of commerce. That's how the wheel turns. So I don't begrudge Thailand for wanting my baht or my American dollars. It's fine with me.
But see, that's the thing I'm saying. That when we sell this foreign stuff, we're selling it as if it's a luxury lifestyle. But the point that I'm trying to make, if you're doing good here in the States, I live that same luxury lifestyle here. We're not really seeing that. And I feel like I'm kind of at the bottom of the totem pole when it comes to just making income. So that's what I'm saying. There's so much opportunity here in America that, we're kind of taking for granted. A couple of people, we get a passport, we go overseas and see something, and then we start trashing home.
Come on, man. Every time I look at the news, and I want to get back on topic, I definitely don't want to dominate the conversation, but everything I see, and it hits different over here, allowing that, and I do look at various news outlets, not just American, but all the layoffs, all the struggle, all of the homelessness. Come on, bro. You can't tell me there's a lot of opportunity left in that country.
So are you saying homelessness doesn't exist in Thailand? That's why so many women are so openly prostituting, because it does exist there.
Coming from Los Angeles, I'm here to tell you in Thailand, coming from Los Angeles, I have not seen a single homeless encampment anywhere in Thailand.
Well, that is, I could also say that we have not seen any homeless encampment in Ethiopia, but I would be lying if I were to say that, people in Ethiopia are living better than people in America. We see it. The evidence is the fact that Asian women, for example, an Asian woman in America would not go for a man like Relo. She is going for him he is having a lot of Asian women in Thailand because Thailand is poor.
I would beg to differ, Zed. I have
But
examples.
I mean, I would like you to present evidence because I mean, I can tell you, for example, um, if you if and I shouldn't talk about Ethiopia, but let's say about Kenya. There are a lot of Kenyan women going for the passport bros in Kenya. I don't think if those Kenyan women came here, they would be, dating the passport bros.
Kenya doesn't hold one billionaire in the entire country, not one billionaire.
Yep.
Now, Thailand has tons of billionaires. I do know that rich
But
people like to use
the
it as a
average
playground as well. But
The
yeah,
average Thai is a poor person. It's not like the average Thai makes much less than what a passport bro makes. So we cannot, you cannot say, there is no economic advantage to, I don't know,
I'd like to address that.
get my
And I want to speak on just two quick points. One of the things I learned about being here, y'all, is that Asian people don't look at sex or sexual transactions the way that I grew up looking at sexual transactions. They don't look at sex as in the same way that I grew up looking at sex. Good girls do, or good girls don't, bad girls do. The mongers who frequent the Blades and the hostros in America. Asian people, Asian culture seems to be more broader minded about the transactional aspects of human sexuality. Let me just say that part, number one. Number two, because Thailand's GDP certainly doesn't, is a fraction of America's, but people live here much more simply. They don't need, there are Mercedes Benzes here, there are a few Teslas here, but they can buy an electric car better than a Tesla for $30,000. Nobody comes here. No Thai people don't need to floss. They have a king and a queen, right? So they celebrate, their national wealth by celebrating their monarch and their monarchy, right? They are not into having expensive clothes and cars and jewelry. There is a certain class of Thai people who live that way. But the poverty concept, the idea of they're in more poverty than other countries, you really have to be here and see how simple life is here.
can I touch bases on that?
Please, by all means.
We like to talk about America, and I was telling some employees who work underneath me that at work, we like to talk about our hard times in America, but a lot of these hard times we create. If people in Thailand have what we had, they wouldn't have the problems that we have. We got free parks everywhere. In Mexico, only Mexico City has nice, safe parks so you can walk around. Every suburb in America has, for the most part, unless you're in a couple of places, a couple of places of Chicago, probably a couple of places Midwest. But for the most part, every place in America has a clean park where kids can go play at and get exercise. We just don't take advantage of it. We look at playing basketball outside and not even at a recreation, no matter how good the courts are, it's kind of lower class. A lot of us sit up here and say we struggle, but then we'll move out the house. We'll sleep on our mother's couch when we got no other choice. But then as soon as we get $1, we run off and leave her, and then we go struggle to pay bills. As you just said, we run out here and get $60,000-$70,000 cars, even though we only make $60,000-$70,000 a year. A lot of the problems that we create are self-inflicted. Like, you know what I mean? That's kind of like, let's use Austin since that's the topic at hand that we're talking about. Like, we sit up here, we seen his mother apartment. I live in this area that's a lower class apartment, definitely, that she's living in. She has a son who's old enough to help. He was okay with staying at the house to help when he needed a place to stay. When he has to come back home, he's got to go to mom and dad's house. But you won't stay in mom and dad's house so mom can have a better place, so little brother can have a better place, so little brother can be more at peace so he can make better grades to go off to the college that he wants to go to so he can make that money. So eventually no one has to help each other out. Does that make any sense? So I kind of want to touch on that because, you know, you say so many people are in so much poverty in America. A lot of this stuff is self-inflicted. Yes, there's reasons behind it. Yes, slavery and all that stuff happened. But at a certain standpoint, we got to quit playing the victim and like do better.
But
Uh,
about you guys know that Austin's mom, for me, Austin's mom is the problem. She's probably the reason he has left America. I do not, right now, I don't even think Austin, I wouldn't be surprised if Austin is an asexual person, someone who's not really even interested in sex. I think he's leaving America because his mom is an absolutely, I don't think I would be able to live with her. And if she were my mom, would have been the worst thing to happen to me. But it is a fact that Thailand is poorer than America. But like their GDP per capita is like 8,000. America is like 70,000. So an American is the average American is much richer than the average Thai person. And when you compare it to Kenya, the average American is like 10, 20 times richer than the average Kenya.
Right.
I
And
agree.
that's what I'm saying. So that's why I say I see your point, Richard, and I think it's good to go see the world, but it's still a lot of beauty in America and we have to be appreciative of it. Going to go see something else shouldn't, I mean, it should change your mind to see how blessed you are, if anything. When I'm on the road, especially when I'm in Europe, you go to further eastern, you go Europe. A lot of times people mistreat you because you are black because they assume you're automatically an African who just migrated over and you're poor until they hear me talk. And then I keep talking and then they kind of pick up, oh, he's American, you know, and then even then they're not used to seeing blacks well off. So they may not treat me so right until I kind of stand up for myself. You know, I'm real quick to pull that card when I'm in like Eastern Europe. No, I'm American. I'm American. I was doing it one day so much. The boy, every time he see me, a guy where I was staying, he said, "Oh, there go my American friend," because he could tell how I stressed it. I'm American, but I had to stress it like that because, like I said, a lot of these places they see blacks, they're not even used to seeing blacks doing well off like they are here in America. In Germany, they don't even look at population by blacks, even though they need to. They try to say, "Oh, well, we're not looking at it. We're not gonna, do a census on black versus white." But yet, when you look at our politicians, blacks don't make up any of them. But hey, we're all the same. We're all treated the same. No, we're not. When you go around Germany, most black people are working service jobs, the majority of them. Most of them aren't out enjoying Christmas and things like that that we take for granted here in America. And then, like Zed said, it's just so much cheaper. You can't get no $400 won't even get you in the projects in Texas. And this is the South. So this is the cheapest place to live in America, the South. $400, you can't even live in the projects for that anymore. Thailand, that's a high-rise condo. So, I mean.
So if I could comment on a couple of things you said right quick. Gen Z 214, how do people in Thailand view women having sex openly? Again, Asian culture is not as prudish as American culture when it comes to sex. It's a fact of life. So I wanted to address that because comments are engagement. I hear you, my brother, and Zed, certainly, you're well more traveled. Both of y'all are well more traveled than I am. But again, perhaps because of the pain of the Jim Crow South that my parents experienced, and they never talked bad about white folks and all that kind of stuff. There is generational hurt and pain in our community. I think part of what we see, to address something Zed said earlier about black men going overseas and falling in love, or just coming to monger, it's just they're expressing some of that pain that they've experienced as well that they may not have decompressed yet, perhaps. The fact that they have such vitriol towards their own women, their own mothers, aunts, cousins, black women. I don't get that part, other than they're burning off steam. And there will come a time in our community amongst brothers and sisters, if I mentioned the sisters who are traveling, where people are going to start to realize America is not necessarily the best or only place for us to live. And OB, I hear you, bro. Look, Philadelphia, my hometown, has the largest inner city park system in the country. As a kid, I rode my bike to all the local creeks and fished with my buddies, riding our bike for 5-6 miles and back home when it was like that. But America has changed and is changing, and not necessarily for the best. So I hear you. I know America's beautiful. I used to live in Atlanta as well. You know, I lived in LA. I've been all over the place, but you can't possibly convince me anymore that America is the best place, particularly for us, ADOS and FBA, that it wouldn't be a bad idea to go somewhere else and maybe look at living somewhere else and taking our dollars somewhere else where we'll get more bang for the buck. I don't know. I'm just asking.
Chris, look like you want to talk about that a little bit. I like it. What you're sharing. I like facts.
I think that's Zed showing that.
Okay.
I had some difference on the show.
Yeah, but I am still, I do not want to romanticize poverty because I come from a very poor country, and if I had to choose between America and Ethiopia, I would choose America all the time. There is really nothing great about poverty. Poverty is not something, that, poverty doesn't make you strong. I mean, if you are strong, what are you strong for? I mean, being strong for poverty means nothing. So but my point was that, the passport bros cannot, change their, their goal halfway through the play. They said they were going there to look for traditional women, and they're not looking for traditional women.
I think there was a segment or sub-segment, Zed, if I could just interject, of passport bros who were saying those things, and at the same time putting American women down. But that's a sub-segment.
Who was not, that is actually their main goal. In fact, I would say if there was a passport bros that were not attacking women, especially Black American women, that is the minority. You could not bring me at least one passport bro, major passport bro that was a passport bro in in 2018, 2019, 2020, 22. That was not attacking American women. That was their major, the reason they were leaving America. That is why passport bros are called passport bros. Men going abroad for sex is not a new thing. Men going abroad so what makes passport bros is their claim that they are going there to find traditional women.
Traditional and better.
Zed, OB, Chris, you guys are there in the States. Setting aside the degenerate passport bro movement group, let's look at the sisters in America now. What do y'all think? Let's look at the image of Black women. Zed, let's look at the image of Black women in America now. What's being portrayed and what's being endorsed.
Here is the thing. I write a lot about race and racism, and to be honest, I am one of the top 3% or so writers on Medium, and I could honestly say that 90% of the verbiage I use, I got it from Black American women. So yes, for me, Black American women are women that give you pride in being Black. I mean, they are the ones that have, that call, like, especially, for example, if you post a picture with your Afro hair on social media, 90% of the compliment you get is from Black American women. So for me, Black American women are women that are actually even more than the men. They are the ones that are upholding Blackness. The men are trying to run out away from Blackness. The women are Black American women are the women, the ones that are upholding Blackness. And the image is not because of them. It is because of, some of it is because of Black American men. I mean, the image they want to project about Black women is, bad image. So I don't think, Black American women have anything to do with, whatever is going on.
I'd like Chris and OB to address that if they are so inclined.
Yeah, I spoke on it a little bit earlier, and said that it's really, these guys need to take analysis of the women that they're attracted to, because I challenge them to go to a dating mixer. I challenge them to go to a cocktail lounge. One of the bigger problems about this too is, and I spoke about in the last podcast, is the manosphere is really making broad statements about women, but they're only targeted at 20-year-olds. When they talk about when they're talking about cooking with Kaya, cooking with Kaya was not a 30-year-old woman. She was not even 25, I don't think. So that's the type of image that gets put out. They're not putting out images of what an average 35-year-old woman, average 32-year-old woman, the average 42-year-old woman. They're putting out the image of the 22-year-old woman and saying, oh, look at, oh my God, all the women, they're terrible, because you're posting the worst.
And with Kaya, I think Kaya exposed what a liar right-wing Black men are. Because if Kaya was someone who doesn't like, who only dates white men, or someone who believes that, women should not cook for men, like, a feminist. And if she dressed the way she is, they would have called her all kinds of whore. But the way Kaya dressed, I have no problem with it. But if she was someone else, if she was not a woman who doesn't pander to Black men, they would have been attacking the way she dresses. That's why I have absolutely no problem with, what's her called? Sexy Red. Because the reason they have problem with Sexy Red is because she is in control of her sexuality. But if she pandered to Black men, they would like her, because Sexy Red and Kaya, they dress almost the same.
Yeah. Like I said, I have no problem with either of them too. I'm not dating any woman that's like that. No disrespect. That's just not my speed. I'm just saying.
Then Chris, you just admitted you have a problem with it.
No, I don't. Listen, I said on the last.
If you wouldn't date them, you wouldn't want your daughters acting like they act. You wouldn't want your nieces, women, female cousins, acting out that way. I mean, and you wouldn't date them, so you do have some type of problem with them.
But the thing is, women like that always existed. When I was growing up, we had not Project Pet, we had LaChat, we had Gangsta Boo. We always had and always will have people like that.
But the women in those neighborhoods were
everywhere.
The real women in those neighborhoods did not revere or
yes, they did.
Put on a pedestal.
Yes, they did.
Those women.
Yes, they did.
Come on, Rich. Come on, Rich. That's always been in every downtrodden neighborhood. Come on, Rich.
Like
yeah,
Richard,
and I have been in
hold on.
Richard,
I do have a 10-year difference. And
women
like that were ostracized in our neighborhoods.
Little Kim was being Little Kim. Isn't Little Kim,
exactly.
Kind of,
she's exactly the same.
Yeah, and people like
Salt
her.
and Pepper were a little sexy back in the 80s.
Yeah, exactly.
You could even go to other races. Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah.
Kids wear her t-shirt today as if she's an icon. But back in the day, I don't think she was viewed that way.
that were degenerating women. That was the beginning when they had Lil' Kim do that pose. That literally was the
Madonna.
start of the
Yeah.
fall
Madonna.
image of Black women in America, if you ask me.
Madonna was definitely considered risque.
Yes,
Who?
I mean they wouldn't even
Madonna.
put her
Well,
on like
okay, so now you're granularizing the conversation because I'm talking about us. I ain't talking about them.
Well, see, the difference, Richard, is if you ever look at Lady Gaga, her first couple albums, she was doing like the most raunchy stuff, but they
yes,
did not let that disgrace the image of white women. The problem
yes.
is that we'll use Sexy Red, we'll use Little Kim. We didn't actually do that in that time, but we'll use Sexy Red. We'll use who was the other one that we talked about, Cooking with
Is that
Kaya
the-
or whatever, and we say this is what Black women are. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's what social media allows you to gaslight and project a reality that's really not actually reflective of the whole. But Black men are they are through this alt-right conservative type of YouTube and social media space, they're projecting this and trying to confirm this to the world that no, this is what our women are about. They're all wearing weaves, they're all wearing this, they're all this, they're all that, they're all gold diggers, all that.
And the weave thing, it doesn't really make sense to me. You hate weaves, but you like, you know, breast jobs. You like, you know, BBLs. The only thing you seem to hate is something that's associated with Black women. And for me, if you hate weave but do not hate BBL, it tells me what you hate is not fake thing. What you hate is us. You hate Black women, and this is why I've been telling Black women to wear weave with pride, because there's nothing bad about weaves. If it is okay to have BBL, it should be okay to have
all these right wingers. I challenge you: go to an HBCU homecoming and tell me you can't find a decent woman. Tell me that they're all Sexy Reds, and tell it to my face with a straight face.
Tell me some of these women who look like Sexy Red ain't out here doing well, very educated, making money, know how to turn it on and turn it off. They know how to. It's a lot of women who know how to put the blonde wig on the weekends and put in the nose ring on the weekends and the lip ring and take all that stuff out and go to work, and you'll never know they move like that.
But we've said it.
What we're not going to do. What we're not going to do is use Sexy Red as an example of female sexuality. Y'all ain't about to tell me that y'all don't.
So hold on. I'm glad you.
If
let me hit on
Sexy Red
something.
was white,
no,
she would not be. That is the problem. I mean, for us as Black women, the problem is because I am a Black woman and I care about Black women because it affects me too. If Sexy Red was white, she would not be judged the way you guys are. Like, there are so many artists, white artists, who do worse thing than Sexy Red does, but they are not judged.
Well, I was just gonna say, Richard he kind of contradicted himself and made the point for us when he said, when it comes to the Asian women, he said the Thailand women are just open to their sexuality. They're good with, it's open. But then when it comes to a Black woman being open, our parents didn't raise us like that. So you're willing to accept it when it comes from a different race, but you're not willing to accept it from our own.
Allow me to explain. When you say our own, if you're talking about our women, FBA women, ADOS women, Black women, Black American women, however you want to define it. But if you're talking about our women, well, we're raised in a different culture, and that's an American culture. Mm-hmm. So our views on sexuality is going to be very, very different from the views of people who live in various places and have their own land and built their own culture. I'm only saying culturally. What
about white people? There are a lot of white artists who do American artists. So
let's get to that question. Name me one white Sexy Red. One.
Oh,
please.
I probably
anybody?
Give me a second.
Yeah, one white sexy red who
I
put out
think this girl
lipstick, who
named
put out a
Bad
lipstick line,
Bad
who put out a
something.
lipstick
Miley
line.
Cyrus.
I
About 5 years ago.
Miley Cyrus is
Miley
40
Cyrus-
years old, man.
Miley Cyrus about 5 years ago.
yes, and
She's
no one
40
was.
some years old.
Iggy Azalea. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
and
seen that one.
there is even this bad something who became famous for threatening to beat up her either her mom or someone on Dr. Phil. If a black woman, if a black girl had said that, she would not be famous. They would be calling her, they would be attacking her. So what I'm saying is, Richard, you compare us to, I don't know if you consider me, if you are comparing me when you're talking about black women. Okay, black American women, you said that you judge them differently from Philippine, like Thai women, because it's a different culture. What about, why are you judging them differently from black white American women?
Well, I want to answer that by saying this, Zed, and you and I have had this discussion and disagreement before. I do not look at you as a black woman.
Okay.
I look at you as an African woman. I look at you as an Ethiopian woman. I've said on this channel before that I sometimes feel mildly offended when Africans call themselves black, because if you got a country, why would you call yourself a color? So for me, I get where you're coming from, and I get your sense of solidarity to the ADOS FBA struggle. But the fact of the matter is, I don't see you as a black woman.
But
Well,
if you don't
yeah,
see
I
her as
understand
black,
though.
how do you see yourself as black? So I have an aunt who looks like you. Where I remember when all the Black Lives Matter was going on, she was saying a white man called her out in the store and basically told her, "Heifer, you ain't all the way black yourself, and you look just like her, Richard. Like,
Yeah, I know.
you're
Yeah.
definitely not 100% black. So if Zed is not black, then neither are you."
Well, so here's my point. I'm glad you bring that up, because the likelihood that Zed has any slave master blood running through her veins is much smaller than my likelihood. Now, I've done my genealogy. I got a lot of African blood in me, but I definitely got like about 13% of Irish blood, which typically wouldn't happen in Ethiopia. I don't know. I can't tell by your image how dark or light you are. But when I talk about being black, I'm talking about the fact that we have slave master blood in us, and that's unique to FBA and ADOS descendants, and not so much so for people who come from unique, distinct African countries. So when I say she's not black,
why would you want to separate yourself from the better half? Like,
all right, so,
realistically,
okay.
in America, Africans are higher when it comes to education attainment. Passport Bros' favorite thing is body shaming. Most African people, it changes over time as they live. You can look that up. Go ahead, pull it up, Chris. The statistics of how many Africans, not African Americans, African foreigners have a bachelor's degree, and compared to how many Black Americans have a bachelor's degree. These aren't numbers that I'm just making
And
up.
I don't understand too. I mean,
I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole.
Black is a race for me, and racially, I am black. Yes, ethnically, I'm not black. I don't have the same experience you have, but
that's all I was
saying. Black.
But I didn't want to slide down that rabbit hole. You asked me a question about.
I like it.
I'll come back to it. Give me a second, Obi, because I wanted to address what she said. Why do I judge Thai women and their cultural differences differently than I would judge my sisters?
Just 1 second. Just 1 second before we go to that. 25% to 30% of African Americans have a college degree. 42 of African immigrants have a college degree. Just wanted to say that.
That's per capita.
10%.
That's not even a big deal. I have never made a big deal about that, because I know why that is. In Ethiopia, only 4% of Ethiopians have college degrees. But Ethiopian who immigrate here, we like 42% of like 34% of Ethiopians who immigrate to America have degrees. So the reason we are most educated is because there is, you to come to America is difficult. So if you are in America already, you probably have, a degree or something in your country.
I don't know. Zed, I don't even know if they're counting those. Maybe certain schools, but I know not all education is accepted in America. I worked in HR before, and I remember interviewing a lady, and she had like a master's degree, and I'm like, this shit ain't gonna fly. Like, I'm not gonna be able to help you get a job based upon this degree that you're showing me. So I don't even know what percentage is gonna, if that makes any sense to you. I know that's not so for all. I know, like, my wife works in the medical field, and most doctors, or I'm not going to say most, she always tells me a lot of doctors go to school in Mexico because it's cheaper, flat out. So I know that education is accepted internationally, but I don't think a lot of the education when it comes to that is coming from Africa. I think those are degrees that people earn when they come to America. And I think they do that for the same reason Oprah kind of talked about.
Well, I think it's important that we apply the concept of per capita, because there's over 35 million African Americans, and there definitely isn't an equal measure of Africans. So you're comparing two different demographics, and so whereas perhaps there is, and I've been privy to these stats that have been pulled up over various panels talking about the comparison between the education level of Africans compared to African Americans. But, I think that that's a false equivalency, because you've got to look at the per capita numbers. And if there are 35 million Africans in America, and more of them have degrees than the 35 million African Americans, then I'll be impressed. But I want to get back to why I make those assessments, Zed, when it comes to American women and people like Sexy Red. And then who is that? Somebody said Charlie XCX is the white Sexy Red. No, she's not, because I've never heard of her. And, who am I? But the fact that we have a sister from our community representing that level of ignorance, that's unacceptable to me, Zed. It's highly offensive to me. I'm an older guy. I'm going to feel that way. I'm kind of very traditional and very conservative. I'm not a right winger. No, I don't live in America because America sucks. To the last comment. And that's why I don't live there anymore. And anybody who does will eventually, come to the same conclusion, because it's not getting better, it's getting worse. But because there are cultural differences. That's one thing
You said, Richard, not to cut you off, but you said out of your own mouth that you left because it's too expensive.
Say again?
You said out of your own mouth you left because it's too expensive. And I'm not saying that's not a smart move. I'm not saying that you didn't find a perfect place that is a good equivalence if I got to move if things are expensive. But I'm just saying, and that's why I said I get why you say that. But like you said, you haven't traveled to a lot of places, and then you went to a place that works well when it comes to our income transferring over to that country, and you're at retirement age. But to say America sucks, because you happen to move to one place better that fits you for now, I don't know, boss. I think that's kind of messed up.
I do not think America is a bad place. I think America is a good place. Yeah, because I have a cousin. Her whole family, I am almost sure that her whole family right now probably will be, depending on other people if she hadn't come here. She came here, she literally changed the life of almost like 19 people. And that could only happen because she is in America. It would not have happened anywhere else. It would not have even happened if she had gone to Europe. So to say America, I think America is a really good place.
See, but that you have an appreciation mind frame, I feel, Zed. But hey, PH Diva, you're coming with it in the chats. If you want to join up here, I will definitely get off and hang out in the comment section and listen to you speak. But I'm loving your
She
perspective so
coming at
far
my
from these
neck.
comments.
OB, don't leave. She coming at my neck. I need you.
Yeah,
The VA is not here. I need some representation.
and this comment is
I'm
key
not
too.
even in the age group to have heard of her. You're right about that, and I'm glad I'm not. Sucks to be you, lady.
This comment is really key too. Like, we got to also understand that this is entertainment. Like, the Sexy Red, the Meg Thee Stallion, the Cardi B, those album releases or single releases came and went and stuff like that. But the problem is like people like the Red Pillars, the Pastor Bros, they'll call out Sexy Red, but they're not going to call out. They weren't saying anything about Chief Keef about the last decade. They weren't saying anything.
Well, I would have, King Von, all them dudes, I feel the same way about the brothers. I've often said on your panel before, I think black men are the problem with black women. If we were more, if we were better men, present company excluded, but all these brothers who, grew up to rap music and became drug dealers and, glorified that lifestyle, wound up going to jail, can't raise their kids or dead on the streets. Can't really blame our sisters. I'm not blaming our sisters. I understand.
But here is the problem I have. For example, there is this really very self-serving thing that Passport Bros would say. They say there is a high rate of black men killing black men. Black men doing a lot of degenerate stuff is because the black women choose those kind of men, right? Yeah. They say it's the women do not, black women like thugs and generally degenerate men. But when a black man gets in trouble, the first people who come to his defense are the Passport Bros. They support Diddy. They support ASP, whatever his name is. Whenever a black man gets in trouble for doing something illegal, they support the very people who support him are the Passport Bros, are the right-wing black men. So you cannot blame black women for whatever you think is a problem in black community, and then turn around and support the people coming. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. It's like I was looking at Lil Peep Experience channel, and it's like you can have these right wingers dead to rights in conversations, and they're gonna still blame it on the woman. Like, oh, the men are the problem because their single moms, raised them and didn't teach them how to be a man. And it's like, in their opinion, it was kind of content I want to show is they think that the solution is. They just picked the wrong guy. They chose to have a child. They shouldn't have had a child if a guy said no. And it's like they're not looking at the solution of we should not be. I want to show this too. I had some stats to show this. We are the last to get married by maybe like a year or two. I have to pull up the stats that I have, but we're getting the women pregnant earlier than any other race, and we're getting married the least. We're getting married the latest. White community, there's like 20-ish, maybe 25, 28% of children born out of wedlock. For us, that is flipped. We only have like 20, 25, 28% born in wedlock. And we're leading the other races we're trailing the other races by like a huge margin too. So it's like when you say, Richard, just to kind of land it, women today aren't really raised to be wives, or the men aren't really raised to be husbands. These statistics have been drastically low. We like when Fearless will say marry Tia Carey, that wasn't a viable option. That hasn't been a viable option since the 1960s. That was the last opportunity. The numbers have been dwindling since then.
So I want to touch on, kind of stay on topic, but kind of go a little bit different. I hear y'all both say right wing a lot. I don't really consider myself just Democrat. And I feel like now, like the only thing I really have in common with them, even though I've never voted Republican, I've always voted Democrat. I voted in every election I possibly could when it comes to presidential elections since I graduated high school. But this economy was messed up. I think people got to accept that. Like,
Right.
we all kind of know each other's education, attainment. I have education. My wife has education. Hopefully, I think everyone can pick it up from my conversation when I'm on here. I live frugally. I don't, we don't even use both incomes. We live off one income. The other one we put back so we can live the way we want to live when we come to those retirement years. The only thing kind of like that I even have in common with a Democrat Party right now is just paying back college. And that's just because I so happen to have it. College debt's something that kind of benefits me. But other than that, like, I guess I kind of want to get Zed's point, and I guess y'all can kind of follow in and kind of give me y'all's thoughts on it. I just kind of feel like when we say right wing, like, what does the Democratic Party actually offer Black people or Black men just in general? I mean, the average person right now, I feel like can't really afford to live decently.
Well,
Like,
here
I'm
is the
living decent.
problem,
Go
though.
ahead.
Here is the problem. The reason, I mean, the high, whatever high, here is the problem. Two things, right? One, the high prices is because of Republicans, because Republicans refuse to use tax because if you have super rich people, you are going to have high price. You are going to have inflation because super rich people can afford to pay whatever. So in society, we should not have super rich people. We should not have billionaires. As long as you have billionaires are criminal. For me, having a billionaire is a crime. So and Republicans will never vote for eliminating billionaires. Look what Elon Musk is. Elon Musk would not be able to do what he's doing if he was not a billionaire.
Okay, so don't, I want you to keep going. I'm just adding in really quick and I'm hopping right back out. So what about Nancy Pelosi, who they've been saying it's been everywhere that she's getting 30% tax returns. Her husband's basically a stock market genius. AOC recently came out, AOC in the Democratic Party, saying that Republicans aren't the only one, basically whatever, the same thing Martha Stewart went to jail for, insider trading. You got Oprah. So you got a lot of Democratic billionaires as well.
I have billionaires problem with billionaires of any party. I consider billionaires to be criminal, but here is the thing. I mean, I do not consider billionaires themselves criminal, but a society should not have billionaires when you have homeless people. But that is what I wanted to say is that the inflation that we have is caused by Republicans, because the Republicans refuse to put regulations that would prevent companies from increasing price. But that's not if you have problem with price, I don't have problem with that. But the problem I have with you guys is that you are voting because you hate people. You are not voting because you want it is good for you. Usually when, what has Trump done that would make you choose him?
Okay. That's fair. That's fair.
Answer that for me.
No, that's fair. No, I see what you're going. I think that's a good question. I asked myself the same question. I didn't vote for Trump. I voted for Kamala, but it was just voting against evil. It wasn't because I think she did a good job. Out of the last, what was it? So 4, 8. So out of 16 years, we've been in power for 12 out of the last 16. And it's like if Republicans can take away so much, take away women's rights, increase taxes, get rid of government agencies, mass layoffs, then my thing is, Democrats, why haven't you been doing what you preach? Why haven't you been pushing agendas? It seems like every time when it comes to Democrats, they say, to me, taxes, them talking about taxes, it's kind of a talking point at this point. Like, I don't think they even want taxes to go down. Like, it's a talking point. And then I'm gonna let you go, Chris, because it sounds like something on your mind. And then when it comes to taxes, the rich people pay the majority of taxes. So we always say they need to pay their fair share, but yet rich people pay the majority of taxes in this country. Like, we can Google that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll let you rock with that. Keep going. Actually,
No, I mean, what is your thoughts on it? So, like I said, it's not that I'm against what she's saying. I keep hearing, and I kind of heard you say it too. Well, the right wing, and I'm just like, I don't know so much if political affiliation has anything to do with being a monger, or just not taking care of business. You know what I mean? Or just looking to get over on someone with the lease. Like, I don't think that has anything to do with politics.
well, I agree on like the monger piece. I just think that and it's not to say that there aren't liberals who are part of like the manosphere, red pill, all that kind of stuff. I'm just saying it's like I'm trying to remember the point. It's that the right wingers, these are people that are anti they're anti like almost like evolution. They don't want to see things change. It makes their skin crawl that like we're talking about trans. It makes their skin crawl that patriarchy. Like these dudes are like trying to die on the hill for patriarchy. Patriarchy is never going to die. Like, it's always going to exist, but they want it to be the primary. They want it to be the primary ideology for society. So like the problem is, and we've kind of spoke about it, ad nauseum, is like what women have really done is future-proofed themselves, and the men who are losing their shit have not. Some of the overwhelming majority of them, like you have said, like they just can't afford to live in this country, or they can't afford to have the lifestyle that they want. And for whatever reason, the videos I was going to show, I'll show a little bit later, is like they're taking their anger out on women, but they're really not. They're not processing the fact that I think kind of like the standard of manhood or slash misogyny or patriarchy is kind of like put them in this position, partially put them in this position, or gives them this mindset to have.
I want to kind of touch on that too. So Thailand was the spot that I thought about retirement. That's something I think about a lot now. Like, I live pretty good now. I got an electric car. Like, kind of like I said, I live in a nice
Really?
neighborhood, a little golf community, all that good stuff.
Which
But
one?
for the most part, like I say, I don't spend my income. We live off one income. One person put back income per year. The other person live off, their income. We both make a salary. One person can cover all the bills or whatever, and the other person put back. We don't have separate accounts. We got one account. All money goes into that situation. But like, I was recently, but because of this, looking at this, my wife started to just like, no way I'm going to Thailand. Like, it's filled. It's nothing there. It's just a whole bunch of men going to sleep with cheap women. And I had to recently kind of show her just on different films, like, I'm hearing what you're saying. And not only that, I haven't really thought, but like a lot of stuff that people think is cheap in Thailand really isn't cheap. They're just going to the lowest of lowest. Like, a lot of this stuff that they're eating, a lot of the restaurants that they go to get these $3 meals aren't restaurants that I'm going to be eating at anyways. So after me and my wife got to watching like girls who are actually Asian going to Thailand, they don't go to the same restaurant that these passport bros, and even like Check in Effect, he's there right now. The restaurants he's going to, a lot of the Asian Americans, when they go there, they're not going to those restaurants. So after I kind of showed her that, she was like, wow, you are right. And she started to kind of have a liking for it, wanting to see Thailand again. But I was like, yeah, to be honest, the only thing that's cheaper for you there is housing. But like the food, those things, the clubbing, that type of stuff that people think is cheaper, if you're actually going on good standards, which if you're talking to any woman from America, what her standards are going to be, you're not really going to visit a lot of those places that they say is such a savings. I don't know if that kind of resonates with you. So then it kind of goes back to me when Austin went to Europe and he couldn't afford it. It's the same thing. So, I know he was saying he doesn't like the Asian women in Thailand, but I don't think he even really experienced good quality women there. When he went there, he couldn't even dress. Like, if you go back and look at the videos, he wasn't wearing collared shirts and the fitted clothes. He was doing kickboxing. He wasn't muscular by any means. He didn't learn about the steroids that I obviously think he's on, because I don't see a kid who's never played sports. When you went to Thailand the first time, you were a chubby kid. We seen you throw punches on Taibo. You couldn't do that. They were laughing at you. Your girlfriend was laughing at you. He kind of reinvented himself when he was over there, which is nothing wrong with that. Like, it's always good for self-improvement. If you know better, do better. I'm not knocking that. But basically what I'm trying to get to, and I'm about to land the plane, that I don't even think he wanted to go back there because he realizes that the quality women he wants in Thailand, he can't afford them. The Asian woman he had, she was the trippy red. It was an Asian girl with red hair. Do you remember that?
I do.
And that's kind of funny now I think about it, that, we keep bringing up the trippy or tricky red, whatever her name is. But yet the leader of the Passport Bros, his first place where he went to out the country, he literally had an Asian chick with red hair.
Are you talking about the one that he was in Thailand with?
Yeah, the one he lived with, and then the sister moved in with him or whatever.
Yeah, I remember that one, and it was vaguely remember those videos, but I remember him going on dates, and it was just kind of a little awkward. I remember that, but yeah, I agree with your point. It's like they're not going. We've said it, on this channel. It's like they're not going after the best. They're not going after really the desirable women in those countries. They're not. As we've talked about on these panels, they're doing the least. They're doing the absolute least in a lot of these cases. They're going over there trying to get. They're getting the undesirable women.
Yeah.
They're knocking the single moms in the States, but then they're going over there. They're going with single mom chapeadoras. I mean, so.
And no disrespect to the young ladies he talking to, but the women that they talking to in Africa, y'all can pull them women in America with just a little bit of effort towards yourself. I'm not saying all women who are dark skinned are going to talk to you or give you some play, and not every black girl, but I'm just saying, like, with a little bit of effort, if that's all you wanted, man, was a sister who, in their eyes, not well overweight, y'all could have found that in America. And I think a lot of people even tell them that now when they show these women now, like, you traveled all the way over there for that? Like, nothing wrong with her, but that's what you've been bragging about?
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's just, listen, I think it's rooted in insecurity, because listen, if you got a preference, I think we can all agree with this. Like, when I had a preference, like when I was in high school, I'm sure those women probably smelled like cinnamon to me. The people who go over to Brazil or whatever, and that's their preference. People who go over to Colombia and that's their preference. I'm sure those women could do no wrong. They smell like cinnamon. They speak and cinnamon comes out. I'm just saying, but they're not able to look at the fact that, like you said, like, listen, you could have found that same person over here. Like, I was listening to a video of, I don't know, maybe a woman in a different country, and she was speaking about, like, how can Passport Bros find their wife, and she was like, well, go to some of these sport clubs, go to some of these, basically, essentially go to a church, go to like a museum, and I'm like, you could do that over here and find those same type of women. So it's like I said, like, if these dudes went to a HBCU homecoming, if they went to a mixer, if they actually just got outside, I don't think that the reality that they're really projecting or showing us is actually true. We'd have to really see a day in the life and see, like, yo, your life is nothing. I can see why you're not finding the women. You're not really going out. You're not really the type of women you want, the type of man, the type of person you are. Like, they're not. You're able to hide on the internet, and I think that's the thing. And like Zed was saying, it's like it breaks down when you start to see them on live. It breaks down when you get to see Asa Holman on a date. And
you're right. He quit doing them lives because it became too transparent that you need $1. He would end up telling on himself, literally saying, hell yeah, I'm begging. I'm on my Floyd shit today. He couldn't hide it because you're on camera all day.
Yeah, just to finish the joke, Hampton. There was this joke maybe about a decade ago. I think it was in New York. This guy was saying, "You're my cinnamon apple." So, like, all these Passport Bros, like, the women in Brazil, the women in Colombia, they are the cinnamon apples. Like, they can do no wrong, and whatever. And it's just like, I just want people to stop lying. Like, I think that's one thing. I think there's just like a little bit of shame, whether it's in our community or whatnot, of like whether it's a sexual orientation, whether it's you're not able to afford something. There's this shame of just living to doing what you can afford. It's like these guys who are going overseas. It's like they're not going over there just trying to like find an honest to goodness woman. They're going over there to try to find this very promiscuous woman, this baddie, their fetish. And listen, there's nothing wrong with that. But they're not telling the truth of like what's really going on and what are they really doing and stuff like that. So like I said, like earlier, it's like, listen, if you want to go to Hooters, like you shouldn't have to lie about that. I mean, if that's what you want to do, just say you want to go to Hooters. Like, when we and let that be that. But like, if you want to go to Sasua, just go over there and just do that. Let that be that. But I encourage all y'all to watch that Vice documentary. It's like these people on the Passport Bros specifically that came out maybe a couple weeks ago, maybe a week ago.
No, I've seen it because I was telling my wife that Vice ain't putting out good quality work, and I think that might be the best video. I haven't watched it yet, but I've seen it. But I wasn't quite sure if it was about Passport Bros or if they were going to take it a different direction, so I didn't click into it. But that's probably like their last good work that they've had out of probably the last 15 videos. Vice used to put out good quality documentaries. I don't know if like management changed or what, bought out or what. So I'm gonna definitely check it out.
Yeah, it's just you know, they like I said, there's just certain things I want to continue to search or whatever, but it's just like I'm really captivated by like how these movements are able to just like scoop these people up. And it's like we talked about in the last live, how these incels, like Fearless and Ronan, if you put them up, put them on the stand and said, hey, do you guys align yourself or associate yourself with red pill or incels? They're going to say no. But the commonality between all the red pill, the Manosphere, the Passport Bros, Fearless and Ronan, the incels, they're all going to say society is women are, I guess, prioritized in society and they have it so easy, and they're always going to choose an alpha over a beta, and they're going to say all the same fucking talking points. But they're all going to act like, no, I don't align myself with Elliot Rodger, but you're saying the same things. You guys share a lot of the same talking points and whatnot. So it's just like, it's just really interesting to see like how these men, this stuff. The one thing I wanted to say too, because like people like Ronan and Fierce will say it's this generation. No. It's not. It's generations before us that caused. There were incels, there were lonely men. There have always been lonely men. There's always been lonely women. Like even today, we have a lonely man crisis. They want to preach, oh, there's a third of men who can't get sex. That has always existed. There's probably been a third of women that probably can't, do certain things too. But are they, going up and terrorizing schools? Are they doing the same thing that men are doing? No, they're not. So we've got to really, I don't know if men are really comfortable with what the work is going to have to do to really fix some of this stuff. Society is moving forward. But
it's only going to get worse.
Oh yeah. But I'm saying,
because as I said, inflation is here, and presidentials on either side are talking about it. Neither side is saying, no one's saying we're going to bring down the cost of living. No one is saying we're going to try to get these home prices back to normal. Right. So everywhere is New York or Seattle or wherever you want to call it now. The South is what Seattle cost 5 years ago. So it's only going to get worse. Crime has been going up the last couple of 3-4 years in inner cities. If you look it up, it's going to continue to go up. It's only going to get worse, and it's only going to get harder to find someone just if you don't have your shit together.
Yeah.
So how does America not suck? I'm sorry, I had to step down briefly.
Because it's a problem, and that's what I touched on, Richard, because it's us creating the problem. Like, why does it suck that I can't go out to a strip club and blow money? And back in the day, you could get a Mercedes and be the man, but now people have standards, and women are just sleeping with every Tom, Dick, and Harry with a Mercedes. They're like, I can go get my own Mercedes. Why does that suck? That it's harder, that it makes you live more Christian-like. Why does that suck? I guess I'm reversing the question on you. Why does it suck that you got to think now before you spend your money? Why does it suck that, you're having to realize that more things don't actually equate to being happier. Like, I don't think that necessarily sucks. If anything, it's making me a better person.
Well, to that question, I'll say this. You know, I like to stir the pot. Let me make that clear to the chat. And again, you know, America looks different from way over here. I'm glad I had a chance to see it from this distance. Less of it makes sense to me as I'm older, certainly with the music and the violence and all the things that you just mentioned. But the fact is, my brother, I mean, come on, I spent half my life, you know, striving, grinding, making a way in that country. You know, America has been very, very good to me. So when I talk about being overseas, it's like, wow, it hits different. I kind of can see some things that don't seem to make sense. But how's it not suck? It's getting worse. I can't imagine you brothers and sisters who are there aren't seeing it, and you just, you know, highlighted several different reasons why.
But I can also tell you at the same time, I'm working for the largest data center for an IT company. I can't even mention the name, but I'll just say one of the largest top 3 IT companies in the world doing logistics for the data servers for them. My HR lady is a Black lady. When I first got there, it was the opening of a brand new building. Out of the 3 managers they had, besides the GM, one of them was a Black lady. Like, there's so much opportunity here. Kind of like I said, I just came back from San Francisco like a month and a half ago. I'm about to go back to Cali this weekend. After that, I got a trip planned to South Carolina that I could easily go to Thailand for the cost of what it cost me to go there. But it's an aunt having a party on my wife's side, so we're going to go hang out with family there for a week. My mother's going to come with me, go hang out with my mother-in-law and her new boyfriend and my nephew and my sister-in-law, play some golf, hang out with family. Like, I'm doing a lot of good. Like, so when you say what sucks, on my off days, I'd be out golfing today, but I couldn't do it just because it's freezing. So I'm sitting in the house playing video games. New Tiger Woods game comes out this week. I got money to afford it. I'm not having to check my bank statement to see if I can buy the new video game. Wife is buying the clothes she wants to buy for this vacation and the next one. Like, I'm not checking my bank account. I'm not looking for it when I go grocery shopping. But at the same point in time, like, I worked, like you said, a long damn time to build it. Rather through school, rather before I was going to school. I wanted to go to school, and I would go up in Barnes and Noble and I would study for 8 hours. Hey, if I can't go to school and I'm not in college and I say I'm going to be an entrepreneur, well, damn it, I better be in here reading every day because I know that it's harder for me. Nowadays, man, like, people have a false equivalency to what it takes to be successful. Kind of like someone, you know, in the chat was saying, you know, you ain't living good. You live.
Kind of breaking up.
Damn.
I was saying, someone in the chat, you know, you ain't living good. You living good only on the weekends. Like, yeah, that's kind of the standard in America, what it's always been. Like, even doctors, they go to work and they only get 5 weeks of PTO. And the higher you are up at a company, probably the less vacation you actually use because, shit, you got a whole building or a whole location to worry about. You know what I mean? So it's just like, I don't think people realize what success is. And I think if you're living right, I think America's a good place. But kind of like you said, you're going to get what you give. If you out here looking for trouble or you out here looking for a cheap woman, you're going to get trouble. If you out here looking for a quality woman, you might find that beauty, that woman who you never thought you could pull, and it falls right into your lap. But if you out here looking for a cheap thrill, yeah, it's going to be hard for you.
That's exactly what they said in the Vice documentaries. Like, one of the common things with the passport bro guys is they're going over to these countries trying to cut corners and get something. Trying to get like quick dopamine hits, and they're not really committed to the process. They're just trying to get something like really easy.
Yeah, they all say they want to be educated and they're learning and they're reading books. Like, Those things you can afford in America. A paycheck should allow you, to be able to go to Barnes and Noble and get a good book and get a cup of coffee and shit. Hopefully someone sit next to you and see what book you're reading and find it interesting and want to spark a conversation. Like, I have appreciation in those things. The only people who are saying it just really truly sucks here are people who don't appreciate life. Like, that's what traveling did for me. The more I traveled, the more I understood to be appreciative of things that we have here. Kind of like, did you hear what I said? Like, when I was in Mexico, I was able to get around Mexico, but I had to hop on a plane everywhere. You can't I couldn't get a rental car if I wanted to and ride down the freeway and just go to the next little destination. Why? Because I got to worry about the cartel capturing my ass. In Mexico City, it's beautiful. They shut down every Sunday, they shut down the whole city to like noon. So people can walk, bike, roller skate through the city. All the beautiful people are out just like America. The women are out there with their small dogs. But once you leave that, there's people staying in shacks. You know what I mean? Like, that's what traveling is supposed to open your eyes. Like I said, I remember when Austin and we're talking about Germany, and I'm like, it's nothing like that. My honeymoon was in Germany. Most black people I seen, they were either waitressing or doormen. Every once in a while, I would see an African person because you don't really see black Americans in Germany hanging at the mall, but that was like 2 for every 100. Here in America, you go to the mall, if there's 100 whites enjoying themselves, there's 70 blacks enjoying themselves, out spending money and enjoying a cup of coffee and enjoying the holidays. I didn't see blacks in Germany during Christmas spending money at the mall and buying Jordans like we do here. We create our own problems in America. Bad management of money, overspending, wanting everything our eyes see. And then we'll praise other countries for it. We'll look at a Saudi Arabia and say, oh, those women are beautiful, they're in shape, they're traditional, they follow their religion, they pray 3 times a day, and then when our people do it here, we shun them.
Right.
It just doesn't make sense. Like, you see over there, oh, the women are religious and the women look happier and they look better. Yeah, they probably do look better because the sons are staying at the house with the mother and father and helping the mother and father pay bills with old age and just family time versus here. Like, shit, I haven't hung out with my blood brother in 7 years. My brother didn't even come to my wedding. You see the difference in life, and then we'll say, well, why do people look like they look here? Like, that's why. And I'm not knocking it for a bad thing. It makes me appreciate things. So like, even like, for some people, they say, damn, your own brother didn't come to your wedding. But like, I come from the streets, man. I had to hustle to get what I got. So like, I have appreciation for it and I understand why it is the way it is. And because I experienced those things lets me know that I can't have survivor's regret. Oh, well, this cousin doesn't understand that you got to go to work every day if you have something. So now my best cousin that I used to hang out with every day doesn't want to hang. I could easily let it get me down. I choose not to. I choose to, as you say, Chris, go to the museum, go to the movies, find the beauty in life, man.
I appreciate you for sharing that.
I do as well, OB. One of the things I connected with you, even though we've never met in person, but just hearing your voice and the depth of insight and wisdom you have as a young man really helped me kind of link up mentally and spiritually with you, even though it's through telephony. But
well, I'll be there in October. Like I said, we can link, man. Go get a bite to eat or something. Likewise, that's why I keep coming back. I enjoy you, man. I enjoy your conversation. I enjoy your insight, passing wisdom to us younger men. I love it.
I just want to say on behalf of the Passport Bro movement, I've been on both sides of the conversation. I've sent some mean comments to people like Richie Mack and Chocolate Man. Hell, I even got kicked off this panel the first time I came up. Because I so get it. Like, okay, you brothers are traveling. You come from a period in time in America, again, where strip clubs, pornography became exceedingly available. Then the whole glitz and glam of wealth you know, the movie Wall Street, the Donald Trump character. America, I saw back then, was becoming this hedonistic environment where, in the immortal words of Gordon Gekko, greed is good. And that was in the 80s. And ever since, my brother, I've seen America's moral standards, its social standards, just collapse. And I'm seeing it even still, you know, being this far away. It's like, how did this happen? But for me, the travel was to kind of cleanse myself, purge myself of those spirits, as I've said before, leave the scene of the crime and regroup myself. I've never lived abroad before, and I wish I could get more brothers to take up the challenge. Move abroad, figure it out. If you can live in America, you could pretty much live anywhere. If you could live in Chicago, Philly, New York, the hood, Atlanta, Decatur, College Park, you can survive and thrive anywhere. But make a plan. But if we were to experience this, even our sisters who I spoke about earlier, who I see are making this move, like choosing to be alone, because I know they're not coming to Thailand to date a Thai guy, and the white boys ain't checking for sisters when they come here. The tall, good-looking Danes and Nords and Germans and Ukrainian guys who got money and they just here for party, they're not checking for sisters out here. These sisters come out here on a standalone mindset, like, I got this. The brothers, we might be coming for the partying, but we're going to evolve beyond this. And when I say America sucks, hey, I'm joking, just trying to stir the pot a little bit, see if I can get somebody to flame me in the comments. Hey man, America was good to me, bro. LA was good to me, Atlanta, Philly. I never really had a bad life anywhere I've ever lived. But the idea that that I can go somewhere else completely, and to a comment you made about an hour or so ago, OB, when I came here, I had a thought in mind. I came here so I could not be black anymore. I was tired of being black. I've said that to people out here. Plus, I'm light skinned anyway. Some people think I'm Somali, depending on how I cut my hair. But I'm just tired of being black, being a color. You know, my mom and dad were Negroes. You know, it wasn't until '69 when James Brown came out, when I'm black and I'm proud, that we even got to call each other black. Now we got the N-word blowing up everywhere. I just got tired of being a color. And I wanted to go somewhere where I could be nothing and nobody, not understand the language, completely reformat my hard drive. That's what this was for me. Nothing more, nothing less.
I think it's awesome.
When I walk through the soys going to the bank, I almost never go out at night. I live in a very active neighborhood though, so, you know, close enough to it, far enough away not to be bothered by it. And I just watch life go by at this different pace. But when I have to walk past those bars, bro, my heart sinks. And I've said this before, because I'm the kind of joker you could take to the strip club and I'll be asking the girl, why are you doing this?
That was my brother at my bachelor party in Magic City.
Baby, I can save you. I can help you. So I'm not even into that lifestyle. And somebody made a comment. I don't care. I always like to joke about it. But it saddens me to see that. So I stay away from that environment altogether because I get it. But I also realize, yo, man, this is a different country. They don't look at sex and sexuality the same way. There's a vibrant lady boy element over here.
Okay,
and it's just like, it ain't no thing.
I want to ask you this, Richard, just to kind of remix Gen Z's comment. Have you gotten any pulse in Thailand of how the women feel about that culture?
Personally, no.
Is it shamed? Is it just like, hey, we just have
no, not at all. Okay. Personally, no, because I've not been involved with a Thai woman, a bar girl, none of that. You know, I'm old, so I'm not pressed like that. And love has been good to me.
Yeah.
And I have some old lovers that I still call from back in the day. But I swear to you, Chris, I can't answer it any better way than to say they just look at sex different.
Okay.
It ain't nothing to them. It's no thing. It's not like they don't value themselves or, but they don't. We used to say this back in the day, men put Panani on a pedestal, right? Put women on a pedestal.
Yeah.
I read an old saying back in my late teens that a pedestal is as much a prison as is any small place. So in, pedestalizing, a word came out within recent years, putting women on pedestals locks them in a cage. They can't do this. They not supposed to be like that. I outgrew that mindset. And I grew to understand a deeper measure of a woman's sexuality. That they like sex too. Right. Especially if you're the right one. They get horny too. They like romance and all those things that allowed me to step outside that mind space where I put a woman on a pedestal or put her body on a pedestal. Whereas I think you get my point. The only way I can explain it out here is that no one seems to think that way. It's just sex.
Okay.
That's all it is.
I disagree. I feel like if that was so, then those guys wouldn't have to go to the low-hanging fruit. Say that again? If it was so and it was just sex, then I feel like these guys wouldn't have to go to the low-hanging fruit.
All right, so hold on.
That's just before you go. I like in America when people say like, I just want to make sure I raise my daughter. That she doesn't get on a pole. Like I'm trying to think about that over in Thailand. Like is that no like control over that? Yeah. But I'm just saying like in Thailand, is it kind of like like man, I don't want my daughter to go to work in the soys. Like
but you have no control over that.
True.
Yeah, none whatsoever.
I don't believe that though, Rich. I don't believe that. I think that's. I damn near want to document my life when I go out there. Like when I come out there, I'm renting a house. I don't even want to be in the city. I want normalcy. I'm coming out there and I'm gonna go play golf. Like normal things. Street food, I don't even want it. Like I probably wouldn't eat it here. I'm not eating it there. They got street food in the mall, but it costs normal prices. Whatever mall I seen, it's street food. The whole mall is set up like a street food, like a street, but it's inside. And the meal, instead of being $5, it's $12 to $15, just like the States. And those women, like I say, it's Asian people who live in America who are from Asia. Some of their parents are from Thailand. They not living like how these passport bros are living when they go back there to visit. They're taking those American standards with them. And when they take that, they family see that. So their cousins are going to want the same thing. They're going to operate by the same standards. You just can't. I haven't been there yet. So maybe I'll get a shocker, but you just can't convince me that it's me in here just saying all sex is just sex. I don't want what's best for my kid. I don't want my kid to end up in Soy 6. Like, they got neighborhoods there too.
That's what I'm trying to piggyback on. It's like when we talk about America, and Maya has talked about it, other people have talked about it, like strippers in America. They go strip, they earn money, but they hate their job, they hate doing it. Do the women in the soys, are they doing it because it's money that they can, easy money they can get, but do they hate that job? I mean, that's what I want to get down to.
Well, I have to make this as a final comment. I've got to I got to step down, but let me try to put it in some context. If you watch enough stuff about Thailand, particularly people who talk about the soys, the bar scenes and stuff like that, the bar girls, parents are okay with it. Let alone, a lot of those women that you'll see in bars, they got baby daddies at home. Mm-hmm. They have children that you'll never see unless they like you enough to take you to Isan or someplace like that. It's just, when it comes to Asian culture, sex is just not as prohibited. People are just more open-minded about it. And if that's what you got to do. Now, mind you, I've met enough women who have told me that their parents kind of sisters groomed them for the lifestyle. I contend that American strippers, black women in particular, they don't like men. It's not like they like women, but they've had a bad experience. I mentioned on Fearless and Ronnie's show that I've met sisters who've been molested who told their mom, and the mom said, no, you weren't. We know these stories. That will take us down a different rabbit hole. But I'll say this about Thailand and Asian culture in general. Their perspective on sex is not as primitive as America. Whereas we think it's bad that a sexy red is so outwardly sexual, and yet she has become a celebrity for her sexuality. Beyonce, the list goes on. I mean, the guys as well.
Let me
But
ask you this, Richard. So I just asked her, where are we going again? She said Bangkok. She said, no, we ain't going to Pattaya. Hell no. She said, I think that's the country out there. Is that so?
No.
Is that the country and that's why it's cheap?
Pattaya is the beach. If you've ever been to California and you ever been to Venice through Santa Monica, that's Pattaya Jomtien. I live a half a block from the Andaman Sea. So no, you know, I wouldn't do Bangkok. I did Bangkok for one night. I wouldn't do Bangkok. It's like being in New York.
It's like what?
It's too crowded. It's like being in New York. It's too crowded, too congested, and a lot of noise. Pattaya is like if you went to LA and stayed down by Santa Monica or Venice Beach. That's more like Pattaya. It's a beach town.
Okay. I haven't been to either one of those yet. I just started touching. California's the last big state, so I just started touching up on it.
You come to Thailand, we'll be in touch, I'm sure, God willing, between now and October. I'll definitely give you my line, phone number. You can hit me up. And I always look forward to linking up with my people. Good folks like you, especially, man, a smart brother like you. And one last request before I go. Can you get Chris off the couch and get his damn passport and bring him with you?
That'd be dope. I'm with it, man. If he with it.
That'd be dope. Okay. Be straight.
Well, Chris, you hear me? I'm gonna be there in October, man. I'm gonna go out there, rent me a little house, and just kind of kick it, man. Go eat good. So, hey,
I got connect. I got people. They'll help you with all kind of things, accommodations as well. They'll look out for you. I've been places not that far, but some places. It'll be the most incredible experience you probably had, at least in recent times, coming to Southeast Asia. Mm-hmm. And if we can get Chris to get his passport shit together, bring him out here with us.
I got a passport. Let's not act like I don't have a blue
Hop a plane then, brother. I got to go, fellas.
All right. Holla, brother.
Yeah, have a great night.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Zed. Thank you, OB.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
All right.
Shout out to the chat. Peace to y'all.
See ya. Yeah, I mean, let's see. There was some stuff I wanted to talk about, but feel free if you got something on your mind.
No, go ahead. Show it, man. I ain't tripping.
Let's see. I wanted to ask this. I wanted to ask everybody this in the chat. Just curious. Just, you know, what would that number be? If you had to stop working and you had to raise kids in this economy and you could never work again, like how much would your spouse have to earn? I'm just curious.
I think you need about $2 million for kids, just the interest. Interest off $1 million is $70,000 a year.
Okay.
Just living off the interest, that's not investment. That's just putting it in a bank account, you know, getting your 5% return.
No, I'm saying, but your spouse would be working. Your spouse works, you're not working. The reverse.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I was trying to pick everybody's brain. Like, how much would they have to? Well, how would you? What would?
I would say I would say for me, she would have to be worth more than $2 million, because $140,000 ain't enough for me to just sit at the house and be a cat man. That's a little weird to me. Like, that's not rich. You know what I mean? Okay. That's just, and then with your kids, that's not where, you know, I can just do whatever I want to do with the kids or whatever while you're working. So I would say at least over $2 million. Maybe $3 million. I'll sit at home if that's what she wanted me to do.
Okay, yeah, no judgment. I'm just trying to get everybody's perspective. I think personally,
And then salary wise, if I just got to throw out a salary,
Yeah, that's what I was going for.
she make 230,000, something like that. I'll sit at the house.
Okay.
Like I wouldn't sit at like even if my wife could make my entire salary right now and continue to make hers, I wouldn't want to sit at the house. I would feel like a loser. I would feel like a bum. Like why am I? You know what I mean? Like my woman should be sitting at home. So it would have to definitely be more than what I'm making now. So that's why I say 230,000, something like that. I'll sit at the house.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I was trying to figure out.
I'm not doing it for no couple, no, a little bit over 100,000 though. Hell no.
Okay. Okay.
What's yours?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like the minimum would have to be like a the minimum would have to probably be like a 170, 180. But I think like,
That's fair.
It would have to be in the 200s probably. But like minimum, I think we could probably work it off of 170, 180.
Okay. And see, my mind automatically went to net worth. When I think of when you make so much money where people can sit at the house, then I think automatically the way my mind works is like you should have a net worth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you make $230,000 and you're not a millionaire in 10 years, like what the hell happened?
Mm-hmm.
So my mind automatically goes to what is your net worth? And then when you're making that type of money, my mind automatically goes to hit your number and just retire. Like how much do you need?
All right. I want everybody in the chat to give me their number too. Let me see. One of the things too, there's a couple of points I want to talk about. One of them too is, and I'm not even sure if even some of the influencers understand this, but like I think there's a significant amount of men within like the red pill space, master space. A lot of their complaints and them taking the panels and the anger that they're putting out is they don't want the responsibility of what society sees men to have to do. They want that to be changed. They just don't want to speak up about it. And I think that I'm all in favor of that changing. Like I said, patriarchy, the standard way of doing things, is never going to go away. If people who want to do that, fine. But I think there's a lot of men who want that to change. Like there's probably guys who would love to be a stay-at-home dad, but you're in this current climate and the past, you're going to be shunned for it. It shouldn't be that way. But like I said, just overall, just my opinion, like I think there's a lot of guys who they want things to change. They don't feel comfortable saying it with their chest or advocating for it. And maybe we're not here. We're not at the place today for that conversation to be had. This thing too, I thought was kind of funny. I mean, the manosphere, like they will knock women for going to college and say, like specifically Angry Man, he'll be like, they go to college more than men, but they're only getting basket weaving degrees. But like they love evolutionary psychology. I think if women were going in mass and getting degrees in psychology, they would say, oh, it's just a basket weaving degree. They're not specifically.
Oh, they do everything that isn't engineering. If it's not engineering, law, or medical, then it's a bad degree in their eyes.
Right. But you can flip psychology into different things. But let me see what else. I know I was like messaging Maya like today saying like, because she sent me something from like IG about how we need to protect women, whether we're around them or not, because like overall it's like shaping the global or the external reputation of Black women, and it probably spreads to other things too. And I think I was saying kind of like this. I was saying like, at our age, specifically 30s, 40s, and up, it's like I think it's really telling. It's really irresponsible of us to be disparaging each other in public. I think it was Zed. I think Zed was saying it hours ago about like how the impression it's giving to other people, to other men, other women, to just openly disrespect our women, openly disrespect our culture, openly disrespect our community. And I think some of the guys in the manosphere, they might feel like they they feel like holding women accountable, holding people accountable is going to move the needle, is going to change things. It's actually not. It's actually kind of like it's making the conversations that they're trying to have, it's doing more harm than good.
Yeah, other races find it weird because other races, they're not breaking the patriarchy. So the men lead the household. So they find it weird that a bunch of men asking for women to change instead of them just changing. Like, don't you lead your house? Well, change it. I believe that's how they look at it. That's how I would look at it. That's how I do look at it. You don't
Yeah.
like it? Change it. Aren't you the band? Change it.
Yeah, exactly. This other one too, it's like, it was kind of funny. It was like, especially in the Manosphere Red Pill, they'll complain about like how women are just, that's one of their biggest things about, don't date a boss babe, is they feel like the woman will never appreciate or really she'll always be wanting someone who can make as much money as she does or more. But they're saying that like you'll be mistreated if you date a boss babe, or just women in general. They think that, they're tired of the higher standards or the women nagging them. But it's like, men are all the Manosphere is men nagging women. That's essentially all it is. Nagging and nagging women. That's all it really is.
Do you feel like I feel like it's both ways. What about you? Not the nagging, but as far as like you said, other people will look at us differently based upon how we treat each other. I feel like that goes both ways. I don't think just in general black people respect each other.
What do you mean? Go further a little bit.
Shit. I feel like black women drag black men all the time for what they have or what they don't have. The same way black men, she ghetto, she hood. Not, she just comes from a little bit lower socioeconomic background. She'll get it together, but disparaging words, you know what I mean? Based upon economic background. Yet we're the poorest, so like, why don't we stick together and work together? Or we'll talk about someone as if our aunt isn't broke. Like, yeah, you're calling her broke and this and that, or she's overweight, but so is your aunt. So what's your point?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like a lot of these, like, let's just honestly, most passport bros mom probably don't look like Austin Holloman mom. And she ain't 120 pounds either, but I'm secure enough to say she's not a bad looking woman for her age.
Yeah, I'll say the same thing. I could
Yeah.
say the same thing. Yeah. And I've said it like all the entire time, like the stats that they're throwing out about like, hey, black women are like 70% overweight, or 60% overweight, 80% obese, or something like that, or the other way around. It's like they're using BMI definitions. Like the average person in America is overweight by those same standards. Sure. Black women, black men too might be leading in certain categories, but it's like they're only calling out things to be concerned about. And it's like, hold on, let's see. Yeah, I mean,
I hear you, Hamp.
Yeah, I mean, I get what he's saying too. Let's see. Yeah, I agree with him, but it's just at what point and I want to get into videos or whatnot very, very soon. At what point is like I think in order for the Manosphere or just our community to move forward, we're gonna have to take a really strong look at men. And I think one of the things, just it's a little self-serving information. I think people look at me and they kind of critique me and they say like, you only hold men accountable, and it's like, I'm not doing this for like satisfaction of just like kicking a man while he's down. It's like, no. It's like this doesn't work if men don't stand up. I mean, they're asking for a certain position in a household. They're in the Manosphere, they're going well above that. They're like, men should be the leaders just biologically, and it's like unproven. They they unquestioned, unproven. Hold on. Let's see. Let's go to J.K. Perkins. Are men and women differently? They play their roles. No. So hold on, J.K. I don't really believe in the logical piece. There are some men that are logical. I think there are some contexts where men might be logical, but to say that, like even that statement, I was laughing about it like last week, like the men are logical, women are emotional. That's like it's all it is an underhanded it's a backhanded compliment. It's not meant to like, and I don't think it holds. I think that I was like, maybe if we're talking about sports, maybe if we're talking about wars, if we're talking about fights, if we're talking about, you know, I don't know, certain things, men might be more logical, but I think I even had a banner for it. I was like, I think that a lot of that logic is predicated on patriarchy being the ideology that we're speaking from, because now when the world is starting to change and patriarchy is starting to kind of, you know, it's kind of like slipping and falling, stumbling. The logic isn't holding, the logic is breaking, and that's why you see like these guys are like, they're begging like Jodeci that like, can we please bring it back? Can we please have things on our terms? Can, you know, regardless of if we can afford it or not, can we just please have submission? Like, I don't understand why we're talking about submission. These are guys who are not even, these are guys who might not even be in relationships, that probably not married. And it's like, I think that some of the, like I said, I'm starting kind of dragging a little bit, but it's like some of these things, like men are more logical, men are the leaders, is, I think is part of the problem that we have today. Like that is speaking for some men, not all men. And I think some of those men who are not that, they need to accept that men are not biologically superior.
Let me ask you this. You grew up with both parents, right?
Uh-huh.
So then what do you think about them?
My parents?
Yeah, you think one's more logical than the other?
My mom runs the show. My dad is he's kind of like the workhorse. He's the doctor, but logistically, my mom running probably business wise, my mom. My dad is just kind of like the brains on the smartest person I probably ever met. But you know, my dad isn't leading everything. He's not.
No, I didn't ask you lead.
Yeah.
I'm going by the question.
Yeah.
More
Okay.
logical.
I think it all depends. I think there are maybe certain topics where my dad might be the logical one. There are certain ones where my mom is.
So have you ever seen your dad come back and apologize for something to your mom, and vice versa?
That's a good question. They probably handle that behind the scenes.
Okay.
I know. I'll tell you this right now. Business wise, I don't know if I said it like a minute or two ago, but like business wise, my mom will be better. My dad is illogical. He is not. There are certain situations where he might be logical, but there are certain situations like it's just in my family. There's a lot of stubborn people, and
so I'm not asking for a specific.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back to the question. Have you ever seen him say, "Oh, you're right, babe. I was looking at it such and such a way, but now I sit on it. You're right," or I was pissed off and maybe cussed you out behind it, but now I'm looking at it. You saved me from a headache. You ain't ever seen him do that, or your mom.
The one I can remember is my mom got my dad into fraternities. He didn't pledge undergrad, but she got him involved in a fraternity outside of all that. And he's kind of like he's an introvert, and he thanked my mom for doing that because like it gets him. He's traveling with these groups. He's getting to meet other guys, other communities, of guys and stuff like that. So that's one thing I can remember. But like they handle a lot of stuff like behind closed doors. And we got to think about it like this. Like I said, I'm 42. I've been out of their house for a good little minute.
Okay.
But like I said, like
I feel like you would have that common conversation just coming over there. Like, yeah, damn lawnmower broke. Yeah, I was wanting to go this way, but your mom wanted to go this way. God damn, that woman get on my nerves. I went ahead and did it her way. I think that's common conversation in households. Yeah. So like when I look at this, I think it's evolving. That's what I was trying to make you see. I think it's evolving. It evolves with time.
Yeah.
One day you're smarter at this. One day they're smarter at that. One day you see the world like this. You go through some things, you see the world a little different. So I don't think one can be more logical than the other. One, because one, as you said, now that one you did touch on. You said, well, my mom leads this, but oh well, my dad leads this, so that's changing positions, which once again goes back to evolving. I think that's forever evolving.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Life experiences, right?
I agree. I
Like
agree.
I said, don't get that damn car. I think it's stupid. And then I just say, as you said, my wife I let her run the show. Okay, well, she goes and does it. And then I called her dumb for it, whatever, moved on. And then after the fact, now it's time to go get another car. I'm like, you know what? That car choice you did, it really wasn't that bad of a choice. It was actually a good idea. Maybe I was over preparing. You know what I mean? Or under preparing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it changes.
Yeah, I think I think I'll agree. It changes. It definitely depends on people's experience. That's why I'm kind of like bucking back at the, oh no. Men are just more logical. They should, like JK is saying, no disrespect. That's how he feels. He's like, men are a lot more logical. They should lead. And it's like, you not all men are the same. Like some men are leaders. Some men are not, and it's no disrespect.
But doesn't a leader know when to follow? Like that's always a job question for me in management. So what's your management style? I think I always tell them collaborative. Like I learn from team members who work underneath me all the time. Yeah. For one, they're doing a job I don't do every day. So of course you're going to figure out little nuances and shortcuts and stuff like that because you do it every day. And likewise, I tell them the same thing. Now, if you come ask me something on something I do, maybe the time clock or something like that, I do it every day. So of course I found a little shortcut here and there that'll save you some time.
I think that some I can't say all leaders. I think especially if it's a terrible sample size, but if we use these red pillar manosphere dudes, like no, they're like the man is the leader. He should be unquestioned. They're like don't even. It's almost I have to bring some of these clips, but it's almost like they're like don't even question the guy as the leader. He should be. I don't know how to describe it, but it's like almost like he should be seen as a god. Like, don't question him. If you're questioning him, you're going against God or something like that. It's insane.
Okay.
But
that's fair. I value diversity, so I guess that's why I look at it like that. But who am I to argue?
Let me see. Let me think about this. Let's see. I want to show like one video and then maybe we can call it.
Okay.
Let me see. Hold up. Okay, let me cue it up.
What's the weather there? Freezing?
Yeah, like surprisingly today it's been like 20s. I was like, damn. Yeah. Like it's been like slowly creeping down. So I had to like take a little moment to like make sure like everything, the faucets were dripping and whatnot. But I'm like, I just wanted to go. I want my grass to go back. I wanted to go back to 70s consistently. But what about y'all?
It's freezing. It's making me lazy, man. It's been my off days, and I just been kind of stuck in the house because it's so cold. I mean, you can't even go wash your car. Car wash ain't gonna be open. It's gonna be like shit. It's gonna freeze our pipes. We turn that washer on.
Right.
So it's just been sitting in the house, man.
Okay. Well, yeah. Let me put the fair use on, and let's watch this. Maybe talk about it afterwards, and then call it. Let's see, share screen. Here we go. Let's do full screen on this. Let me get my timestamps ready. There's a lot of good stuff to talk about. I mean, listen to. I just want to figure out how much. Let's start with 53. Let's go with this.
Common responses to the mental health crisis in men without any references to shadow psychology or the unconscious mind. Now, there seems to be a growing crisis in masculinity in the West. There's an increase in mental health issues, suicide rates, relationship breakdowns, and economic breakdowns. And these are leading to social or personal rejection, depression, and shame for heterosexual men. Now, this is being statistically contrasted with the social and economic successes of women, which is creating a crisis and a puzzle for heterosexual men. In the West, we thought we had learned to be nice to women and let them have some of our power. But we weren't ready, apparently, for a great displacement where we start to fail while women succeed. But men are only just finally admitting that we are biologically slower than women in developing emotionally, slower to develop our prefrontal cortex, which is leaving us behind in education and careers because of relational skills and an understanding of social life that we don't naturally have. We need to go on a training course before we can acquire those kinds of skills.
I want to maybe take a pause real quick and maybe skip a little ahead, but it's
Okay.
like, you know, Red Pill Manosphere, they'll say, hey, young boys are falling behind because only women are teachers, but like they're not really digging into, is it, you know, is there more at play than that? Because like we're seeing now, like men are in a crisis, and we're not just young boys, not just like people before high school. We're talking about people 20, 30, 40s, you know, or whatever the heck. And we're seeing just a huge shift. So it's like one of the things that this guy's going to start to talk about, he's going to start to talk about like kind of like some of these tenets of masculinity. He's going to, you know, mention one called like what he calls the military model, and kind of like how a lot of this stuff about masculinity is a fantasy that a lot of men cannot live up to. I don't know. What's your take? If you want to say something about that.
I think everything you're saying true. I also think social media has an effect on it. Definitely.
Yeah.
Makes you feel like everyone feels like they should have 50 friends. Growing up, like friends, dads, you know, I remember 2-3 friends, dad, same 2 or 3 friends come over when I'm at their house every basically time they have a little house party or whatever. But now we're older, and because of social media, everybody feels like they should have 30 and 40 friends, like they're Kevin Durant or somebody.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I want that for myself too.
See,
I'll admit that. But listen, I can live without it. I've lived most of my life without that. I mean, I've lived the entire life without that. But life can go on, and I'm not going to be disgruntled and, you know, be a wet blanket, be Linus from the Peanuts if it doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
But to get to that, it's.
So how many friends did your dad have? How many guys came and just hung out with y'all at barbecue?
This is a good question.
Maybe five consistent.
Listen, if you're talking about like professional associates, maybe it's about 5. But if we're talking about friends, I don't think it's more than like 2.
See what I'm saying?
No judgment.
See what I'm saying?
No judgment, because I'm there too. Like I have a strong like 2, 3. And if I put the work in, I could get to the 10, 30, whatever. But it takes work to do that. What about you? What about your dad?
Same. 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
Maybe whoever has the most, maybe had 6 people who came over like consistently. Like, where I know if something's good going down at that house, I know I can depend on seeing this guy. I know I can depend on seeing this guy, and that guy. And these 2 wives show up.
Yeah.
Maybe 5 to 6 is the most I've seen average male have. Yet we all, like I said, we all try to live like we're Michael Jordan, where we're just going to have these 20, 30 friends again, like we're in high school, which I'm not saying it's not possible, but for the majority of people, it's just not going to happen. It's not realistic.
And I think it's going to just take some work to do. To get yourself out of that comfort zone. One of the things I want to do this year is I want to start networking. Listen, spoiler alert. I don't. Yeah, go ahead.
I hear it all the time.
Yeah.
I even heard it from a girl at my job. We had like where we read like a book and then we take something out of it or whatever. So what are you going to improve? Everyone shared it. And one girl was like, well, I want to go hiking, but none of my friends want to go hiking. So I joined a social group and then we meet up in such and such city, once every month and go hiking. I hear that, but what that also tells me is you don't have 5 consistent friends or 2 consistent friends. That's why you're in this group. And I guarantee you after a year, she won't be with that group anymore because I've seen it happen too often with people from college, even like guy friends. Like I had a guy friend who used to always, oh, you can go on this app and I tried this. And he would always tell me that, but he would never tell me about the long lasting relationships from friends that he met from these groups. It was just always, I should do it. Oh, if you bored, go do this, man. I went and met some people at a bowling alley or whatever. It's just other people, man, cool people, educated, just kind of sitting around, just looking for something to do, someone to talk to. It's just, it's an epidemic, like you said.
and also too, sometimes even if you do have friends, maybe they don't have the same things in common. Like one of the reasons why I go see these movies with that like the 52-year-old white Jewish film producer is there's certain movies. Even my red pill best friend, he loves movies. He's like a cinephile, but she lives on my side of town. I can go see movies that I know most other people are not going to be interested to go see. So something like
I agree.
Something like hiking, like you just said, I would not be able to get any of my friends to be able probably to go do that. They probably wouldn't want to do that.
Right, but as a kid, you wouldn't have that problem. Your homeboys are just gonna go because you want to do it. Yeah. Come on, man. I'll go with your bum ass. Let's go. You know what I mean? Or college, people gonna do that. But in adulthood, man, ain't nobody got time for that.
Okay. All right, let's hit play real quick. I think he defines the military model in this clip. Very use.
Probably the most popular solution to the masculinity crisis is to get hard, tough, learn to take beatings and come back from them. Survive. Go military on life because life is attacking you all of the time. Now, this worldview sees the whole of life as a boot camp training. You have to be tough because man is a wolf to man, which was a phrase used by Thomas Hobbes in the 17th century as part of his political theory. Get them before they get you. There's no room here for woke crap like art, music, philosophy, history, or even science, unless it is science that makes you get tough and exploit or kill others. And you can see this in all the action films and their heroes, all the video game addiction and their use of heroes and avatars who have to kill people and destroy buildings as quickly and as fast as possible. And it's also in the rise of violent sports like UFC, MMA, where poster boy winners come and go. And you can see it in the endless military technology of wars that just don't stop. Being boot camp tough is also at the base of positive psychologies that are telling men to stop whining and quit being losers. Now, all of this being tough is part of achieving superiority in the so-called civilized world. It requires a specific type of masculine intelligence, an intelligence of discipline, taking a beating, and giving a beating. Now, this is very different to women's relational skill sets, and it's very different to how women think about the world. But discipline, taking and giving a beating, is just men being normal, men being tough, men being successful, men being superior, and not being losers. So the Andrew Tate phenomenon would be one example of that.
Let's skip. I'm gonna skip real quick. I'd love to watch more of it, but I just don't want to I want to skip to some of the stuff because he kind of runs for a while.
Okay.
One thing I do want to say is I don't like video game slander. I mean,
Okay.
that's not. I don't think that that's people would kind of aim at video games and say, like, "Oh, the kids are struggling. They're all playing video games." My brother's a doctor. He plays video games still to this day. I mean,
Gotcha.
I got off of it, but I'll play them from time to time.
Gotcha.
But I think it's deeper than that. But it's low hanging fruit, and I feel like it's people not doing the analysis to see like what's really the problem. Like video games don't make you misogynistic, in my opinion. It's something else.
Video games is my dominoes. I don't play dominoes. I don't play cards.
Okay.
You know, that was something. It's just like dominoes. I played it a couple of times, and that's just with the uncles. They're playing. Oh, want to sit over here? I don't know how to play. Well, let me teach you real quick. Played it 1 or 2, 3 times. But I mean, growing up, I go to people's house. We didn't pull out dominoes. We pulled out the Madden controller. So I don't pay it any mind. No one's never ridiculed me behind it. I just feel like you sitting at the house, you smoking weed every day, you ain't got nothing going. Of course, the woman's gonna say, "Yo, grown ass, play video games. You ain't got nothing going."
Right.
You going to work every day. You taking care of business. No one cares.
Facts. That's true. That's true. I'm gonna skip real quick. Let's go.
That will never become their reality. And that is why they are so addicted to watching their fantasies on screen. They just can't do it in real life, physically or economically. But if all this toughness is based on fantasy, how is military toughness and the extreme military model an answer to masculinity? When its psychological shadow is that weak men fantasize about being tough because they aren't and never will be that tough. This model, the military model, isn't really answering how men can do life, is it? Behind the fantasies of tough victory and extreme military hardness are millions of weak, failing men for whom the military model of masculinity will not be a solution to their real-world problems. They live in a shadow world of fantasies about an animal strength which gets us nowhere in reality because we don't have the physical resources to achieve that kind of toughness. These men live off the endorphins and dopamine hits of pure fantasy to keep us going. But we remain fundamentally lost men with no answers, no mental strength, or no mental orientation to succeed in society and social living with other people today. We just can't turn life and living in a society, we can't turn that into an MMA cage. That only belongs to a very small number of elite trained men. But men desperately cling to that fantasy of military toughness when we have no other models of masculinity. It's a pure fantasy of strength. We get stuck in our fantasies of being tough because in our everyday reality, we are weak. We are deprived of strength and sex.
Okay, I'll pause
The
it.
fantasy.
Oops.
I think what he's saying, I think it's true. I don't think it's one model fits all, but I think what he's saying, it holds definitely some weight to it, but I don't think it's one model fits all.
Right. And I think that's what he's trying to say is like, listen, I don't think that there's anything wrong with looking at someone like Andrew Tate and saying, listen, I'd love to be fit. I would love to be confident. But if you don't love who you are outside of those ambitions, I think there's a serious problem. And I think that if you feel insecure by being someone other than who he is or who the standard of the stereotypical standard of masculinity is, I think that that's a serious problem. And I think that that's kind of like what he's kind of speaking to, of like a lot of these men, like their whole personality is built upon a model. I mean, that shouldn't be the case. Like you should be able to be comfortable to just be yourself, crack your own jokes, even if no one does cracks the same type of jokes or behaves the same type of way. Just be yourself. You know, they kind of like tell men like, oh, a woman's gonna only want the alpha. She's only gonna want a guy like this. She's only gonna want a stoic. I mean, are you being stoic because that's who you are? Or are you being stoic because someone told you needed to be? I mean, I don't know. I'm just gonna be myself.
I can dig it.
Yeah. Let me think. Let's see if there's anything else. I think I don't know, man. If you don't learn, I guess I hate to say, like I say, I don't think it's one size fit all, and I think you definitely got to be ready for it. But I think when that point comes, you do got to learn how to just kind of make, like you said, make your own wave. Make your own way, but at the same point in time, be positive. So I still think it's something in, like I said, going to the bookstore, reading a good book, learning something new, listening to a good podcast, learning something, taking care of yourself, you know, and whatever that standard may be, because everybody isn't the same. And the other thing too, I want to go back to something Richard said. This is off topic because Richard was saying, hey, there's, you know, the women aren't really wives anymore. The men aren't husbands anymore. We got, you know, I want groups. There's groups like Future Leaders of America. This woman who I'm, kind of dating now, she was Future Leaders of America when I think maybe when she was like a freshman in college or something like that. It might be like Future Business Leaders of America. There's Jack and Jill. There's all these fraternities and sororities. There's, I don't know, there's all these other different clubs and organizations. Like, I don't understand how men are able to kind of, and just, this is what maybe women too, that are using social media and they're just like, no, they're making it so small and just like, no, it's only men that act like this. It's only women who act like this. It's like, where are y'all going? Are y'all just going to Target and going home? I mean, are you just going to, what is like, how much of a footprint do you really have in life? Is it just the internet? Is that your entire reality? I don't know.
And is it the pressure of the world? You know, back in the day, we had shows like Roseanne, where the dad looked like the average dad in the neighborhood. Now every TV show you watch, they're in $1 million home. Everyone's ripped. Everyone got the Range Rover out front. Wife got the big body 600 Benz.
Right. I've
been watching the Connors lately, and I told my wife I'm watching. I said it's kind of enlightening. I'm kind of enjoying it, just because it's nice to see that someone ain't rich. Everyone ain't rich. You know, you watch Modern Family. That's not reality. Everyone's rich. Everyone got a perfect job. Mom gets to stay at home, but yet she has a new van, not an old van. All the gay guys have a job. They're driving Porsches. We got father-in-law who's rich with the young hot wife. Like, that ain't life. You look at every Tyler Perry movie, it's the same way. It's always the black family. The black family owns this certain business that they're working on. Someone's about to drive the company into the ground. Someone's got to lift it up. Yet the average black person doesn't own a company. Best man, Janet was the professor. The other guy's the business owner. The other guy's the writer. Does that make any sense? So I feel like I get I'm just saying I get why it happens. I'm not mad at anyone. I hope people can wake up and see the difference and find their own peace in their own way. But I'm just trying to explain that I understand why it happens. And I think that's why people have that mind frame. Then you get on social media and then your friends are telling you they're on vacation. They're not going to tell you that they borrowed money from their brother or their sister to go on vacation. But you know what I mean? Or they'll show you their car, but they ain't going to tell you how they wrecked the car and didn't have insurance on the car, so they lost the car. Like, like, I don't see any of that stuff at work.
It's good little stories. Great examples. But yeah, it's just I think we're saying similar things. It's like, you know, I think we both kind of are trying to encourage people, like, be yourself. It's okay to be a regular person. Let's. I think there's maybe like one more section, and I think I'm gonna. That should be it.
Okay.
Why tough men like
Fair use.
David Goggins break down in tears during award ceremonies?
I'm gonna go back real quick. Matter of fact, I missed.
Have you read one of his books? I read one of them. I read his first one. David
No.
Goggins
No.
talks about his mother was white, dad was black, his dad was rich. They owned like a bowling alley and stuff growing up. His dad drove a Rolls Royce, but he beat on the mom. His dad was kind of like a pimp. Mom ended up separating. And so basically he's saying he got to see how it is to live modestly or live poor, and then also how to live rich. Because when he lived with his dad, they were living a rich life, but his mom was getting beat on. Dad was forcing him to work at, like the little businesses that he owned. They didn't have a choice. Then he ended up moving with like the grandparents who didn't have so much, but just the difference. That's kind of what the book. Then he just kind of explains how he went to the military and came back how after the army and decided he wanted more, and whatever level that is, the military is, how, the percentage of people who do it, who make that, probably why he's so popular, because only probably like 5% of black people have ever made it to that level of military, and just the kind of mental strength to kind of get through that.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of people like that book. I thought it's a pretty good book, but I don't know why. I don't know.
What's the book
Something
called?
about this whole Rocky physique, man, and cigars, like you say, for some reason is driving people crazy, because people, like, even women, man, especially in white culture, they just love that guy. Like, he just saying something just over the top. Like, I think it's good, and I think it's good for average Joe to get some light, not always just an athlete, but man, they love that guy.
Which guy?
David Goggins or Droggins. I'm not really sure how to pronounce his last name.
As a matter of fact, I'm trying to Google him on my phone.
He was a Navy SEAL.
Goggins. David Goggins.
You look him up on YouTube, man, you'll see so many white women praising. It's always the women who are bodybuilders who like doing like the fitness boot camps, and their husband got the big muscle truck and he's swole. They love this guy, man. That's what he's talking about.
What was the name of his book?
Shit, I would have to go to my audio book.
Is this guy like a black guy from the army?
Yeah.
Okay, I see him.
Yeah.
I see him. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I'll show him like right after this.
Okay.
Let me hit play.
Misogyny and the humiliation of women that goes with this military toughness. And military toughness doesn't explain why tough men like David Goggins break down in tears during award ceremonies. The military tough model covers up the unconscious shadow psychology of men, especially its misogyny and sexual humiliation of women. And it doesn't solve the problem of social living. It actually leaves its fighters with huge depression. Now, the shadow of masculinity is not solved then by the military model of get tough and its sadistic drive. Society just cannot function if we all go around destroying each other before we get destroyed. That's not how social organization ever worked. But that is a violent fantasy of masculinity for men who are psychologically weak and feel deeply inferior about themselves, probably because of their defeated realities. And if you confront these men psychologically and ask them why they need violence to feel like a man, they have no explanation. And when you compare this way of doing life to how women operate with relational skills and a naturally relational psychology, you can see the cliff edge of mental health on which men have always been hanging off. And instead of learning something profound about ourselves as men, we rage at women because relationally, they are naturally, biologically more adaptive and relationally skilled than we are. Getting tough as a solution to masculinity doesn't even start to look at our shadow psychology as men. Nor does it look at why we are angry at women who are naturally superior to us in forming social relationships. So that's where military toughness leaves men and our shadow psychology.
I disagree with him. I'm gonna have to do some research on that.
Okay.
Where he said women are, just more inclined, just scientifically, to be able to garner relationships. I'm gonna have to disagree with that.
Okay.
That's one of my things that always annoy me. When you look at the college girls who graduate and they go to like 50 weddings every year, like just unrealistic. Like, man, you can't be just to have some Instagram photos. Like, I just don't agree with that, that they're more inclined to have friends. There's a lot of lonely fucking women out here with zero friends.
Okay.
What's your thoughts? I mean, what do you see? What do you see at work? I know tons of women at work who tell me they lonely and looking for a man and such and such and such and such, or they'll tell me if they didn't have kids, they would be traveling everywhere and on and on and on. Like, I don't agree with that.
Most of the women I've been around, they've been very social. I've been around some introverts that might have a couple friends, but I think kind of what he's talking about is like, it's this image of masculinity that is also beating men down, that they're not really able to kind of like cope with the fact that they're not able to achieve. But yeah, I agree with you. Like, there's definitely women who have.
But women do that same exact thing.
Yeah, they do. But what I want to raise is as a question is, are they how bound to it of the society's definition of what what tells them they should be? How bound to that are they to that than we are to what society
The
tells us?
same. Women feel bad when they're not married by a certain age. I think the Chris Rock movie, I Think I Like My Wife or Love My Wife, is a perfect example of it. The one girl who didn't get married when she should, now she's just basically running man to man, but can't get one of them to marry her. Like, Chris is the closest friend she has. Other than that, only people who she has as friends are men who are sleeping with her, obviously because she's attractive. Yeah, she's traveling to all these places, but every place she travels to is just tied to a man she's sleeping with. I think they go through the same thing. I think that's always been shown in society. They showed it through things like the woman who shops her feelings away, but they make jokes about it or commercials about it. You know what I'm saying? And
I
poke
agree.
fun at it. The woman who goes and buys things because, she feels alone or she doesn't feel good or she's not winning at work. So she went and bought those $800 pumps and hid the receipt from her husband. That's always been talked about. Like, that's nothing new.
Right.
I don't think any of this stuff is new under the sun. I think people are just smart enough now to talk about it. And I think people didn't have social media, so people didn't even think to talk about it because it seemed normal because you weren't looking into other people's lives feeling inadequate.
Right. I agree to that. I'll agree with that. I think that the only factor that's different, because I agree, this stuff has been around for decades. It's not a lot of this is not new, but I think what is new is things have gotten exceedingly harder. Where decades ago, maybe centuries ago, you could have the mentality that people have today, and you could still get by. You could still, like you said, your salary could go a lot further. But now I think a lot of women have kind of evolved, kind of changed. The women that you said still exist, but but as the manosphere, the red pill will say, is like men haven't changed very much, and they're really aligning. A lot of them cannot see themselves past what society has told them that they have to be. And I get it to an extent. I get it to an extent. Like in the way I want to court a woman. That's society told us, like, you have to hold doors, you have to kind of like pay for the first date, you have to do that. Some of these things I'm gonna always want to do. but to the point that it's going to break me, or that I can't sustain it, or I can't afford to do it, you lost me with it at that point. I can't just align to that stereotype if I can't really, support it. You have to pick, you have to kind of figure out what can you afford to do, and along with being yourself, in my opinion. And I think some of these guys that he's kind of talking about, they can't do that, or they're not able to.
So let's. What's up with this? The Andrew show. Remember him and Ronan and Fearless, and they were all friends. And I noticed last time Fearless was like, "I ain't never been on the Andrew show." What he told me.
I've never
So
watched
then
it.
I go to the Andrew show, and he actually went to Brazil, and he says how like basically it wasn't as easy as he thought it was going to be to pull women. Did you see that?
No, I've never watched the Andrew show.
Yeah, so
Is he
I
the
went to
dude?
it like after Fearless was on here and looked at it or whatever, and I was like, wow. So Fearless, all the videos of Fearless and Ronan were taken off his page, and
Oh,
then he's on there talking about how he's in Brazil and he's trying to date, and he liked one lady and she seemed to have a good career, but he talked to a woman at the club who in the community is known to be a hooker, so that instantly ruined that. And he's trying apps like Bumble and all this type of stuff, but it's the same thing basically like in the States. And everyone in the comments, y'all are just mad. I don't understand why y'all are mad at me for telling the truth. And then people saying, why are you mad at him from telling the truth? He's just basically saying what, people who actually really go over there and experience, which is you can't just get these women like these guys tell you can on the internet. I wish I would have thought of this earlier, because y'all were talking about this. Are they selling lies? Yeah. The Andrew show. Yeah. He went there. You can go to his page, man, and put it up, do fair use if you want to. But I don't think he has that many videos. I don't watch it that much anymore. Look at their pages that much. Like I said, I checked it out after Fearless said, I ain't never been on there. And I was like, well, ain't this something? He done took all his pages down and he done really went to Brazil. But he wasn't getting women like he thought he was going to get them. But at least he came on here with some honesty. So I said, I guess Fearless then mad because he telling the truth.
Okay. Luther Gonzalez, I think I know you in real life. Good to see you. I'm not gonna glad to see you on the live again. But yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, Obi.
Yeah, you should share that one, man. You should put that one up. Share it.
Which the Andrew show?
Yeah, where he just spoke the truth. You have Fearless and Ronan on here all the time talking. I think that's pretty interesting. They talked about it for forever about how it's different and the women are all that. Then their main man goes over there and comes back and says, it ain't like that. I keep getting stood up, and yeah, basically the same stuff people say that they experience in the States, man. You have to check it out.
Do you know the video that you're trying to reference?
Look at it. Go to his page really quick. It's not hard to find.
Okay.
I mean, he only got a couple of videos on there, and it's probably something kind of self-explanatory to explain that's what the video's about in the title.
Okay, matter of fact, let's do it.
Last time I looked, it might have been within the first 4 videos.
Okay. Luther,
American Talk gonna like that one when he see it.
Okay, Luther, if you are who I think you are, you need we talked in person. You need to come on this panel one of these days. Let's see. Andrew show. I'm just trying to find it on YouTube first.
It's all put together, I believe, like one word, no spaces.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, gotcha. Let me share this. Hopefully I got the right thing.
And it's alive with him sitting in like the apartment over there in Brazil. And he's sitting at the coffee table or whatever, and he's just telling everybody his experiences.
Is this his channel?
Like, yeah.
Is this cannot be his channel. No, this is not it.
Yeah, it is. The one, hold on, the Andrew show. So go back up. I mean, all these, maybe he's been posting a lot.
Oh, okay,
I
got you.
The Andrew show with the, yeah.
He's Asian, bro.
Okay, let's check. You said it was a live?
Yeah, this is him.
Okay, I think I might have seen him on one of Ronan's videos.
This was like their thing. They had like, I thought they were the Three Amigos. This is the one where Maya and everybody used to go on there and like talk with Fearless then.
Okay. But like, which video should we play?
Just like, so, okay, these are all the lives. I can't really see it because like it's a little bit different when you're on the computer. I can't read the small text. What do they say? It should say something like his experience or here dating in Colombia. What's that one? Go back to the right with the marker right next to that one. I think that's it. No, the one next to it.
Okay, Mexican youth.
To your right. What's it say? What's the wording say? Because it does kind of look.
Let me see if I can like zoom in a little bit. Hold on.
Does it say him like visiting Colombia or something like that?
This one said on the left says like stop paying Colombian women for dates. Let's see.
No, it should say something about his experience, bro. They changed the platform. I thought they used to be in a straight line. Now it's like a whole block of them.
Hold on.
Okay, so it's kind of around that one because I remember seeing that with him with that chick. If you go lower, so I guess he's been posting like recently.
Okay.
Go low.
Okay.
Go lower. Where he's like sitting in a taxi with a girl. Okay. What's that one say? It's around there somewhere because I remember that one. That was around the time he was there, I believe. You're going too low.
Okay, I gotcha.
It should be around that one where he's sitting in a taxi with a Colombian girl.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out which one is the one with the.
Bro, none of them say anything about my experience dating in Colombia.
Let me check.
I mean, it should be self-explanatory. What's that say? See, life in Colombia's go above, go one up.
This one.
Maybe. Which I can't see your little cursor anymore. It blended in somewhere. Yeah. So the one you were just at, what's that say? The one above.
It says life in Colombia. These two. One, it says life in Colombia, what the women really like to foreigners, and then
okay, there you go. So that's got to be it. Remember, I said it's kind of self-explanatory.
Okay, let's watch it.
Yeah, he took all the Ronin and Fearless, all their videos down.
Hold on, let's go.
Fair use.
Like everything is like so ancient history, bro. But it's a nice little setup. I was trying to actually hook up the GoPro.
Oh, let's skip.
As far as safety goes, if you just know how to move correctly, you'll be fine.
You lost me with that.
There's no issues with this. There's no place to find a serious relationship. I don't recommend
struggles
to find serious relationships in Medellin, man. Maybe outside of Medellin, the Pablo area, you can. But to on all honesty, man, people just trying to get by, bro. Like different from America. People are struggling out here. People are trying to get by. The locals are real cool, down to earth. It's not my number one go-to place, to be honest with you, but it's definitely a nice spot. I do have connects out here, so I do want to
think the one, but this is still good too.
I'm gonna go to Guatape.
Yeah, we can go to different ones if you want.
Guatape.
I'll skip.
Just fast forward a little bit. I think he already tells us the truth.
Really
like you said, people just trying to make it. If you're really into
those type of chicks, big booties, big asses, and all that, please be expected that you're gonna have to come out of pocket, man.
And he don't look happy, do he? And he's there at the time. The one I watched, I don't know if he's there at this one, but when I watched it, he was literally there, and he did not look happy.
Fearless and Ronan keep a very interesting circle of friends.
Yep, live in Colombia. Does he look very happy?
No.
What do you say? People just trying to make it. I'm normally not on vacation. Just saying, man, people trying to just make it.
Oh man. Yeah, let's keep going.
If you're trying to find, let's just say you want to find yourself a female out here, a relationship type of girl. Not a lot of dudes is gonna really talk about this stuff. They just want to show you the glitz and the glamour, and they want to give you a fantasy. But if you really trying to find yourself a chick out here, bro, you got to really vent. You got to vent these chicks. I'm talking about talking to them for a long time, bro. And sometimes not even that. You gotta have to be able to stay out here for a little bit, for a while. It's no different from DR when I was out there and I had to vent my girl. It's the same thing. Now, my recommendation, if you want to ask me personally, Medellin is a big, humongous city, man. There's just so much culture in here, so much to offer. There's metropolitan areas, El Pablo area, Los Laureles, Provincia. If I was really trying to look for something to lock down, I would definitely look outside of Medellin. I don't think I would want to look for chicks in the city because the city's hustling. If you are a person that's from the city, you understand the hustling lifestyle, then you know that they just doing what they got to do to make their money and to come up. So I don't hate. Some participate, some just don't understand. Some just don't appreciate, but it is what it is. What can I say? Happy New Year to you guys.
Let's get
place to be. It's not, there's. It's all about how you move and where you're going to, man. Which areas you're staying to. Medellin is
he said he was on one of them date naps and he just kept getting stood up and stood up. He said a lot of ghosts, man. A lot of ghosts when I was trying to talk to women on these apps. Yeah, I might have met one or two, but for the most part, it's just ghost after ghost after ghost. Yep.
I mean,
true poetic. Funny, ain't it? I know she remember Ronan and Fearless Nim on his channel every day.
He was the dude wearing the hat.
Yeah, now you talking.
Yeah.
Now look, now they don't want to be with him anymore, and he actually over there telling the truth. Now they don't know him.
That's the thing with it is these passport bros, these red pillars, they will. I remember they'll try to sell this. Hey, it's a brotherhood. We are all got each other's back, but like let them move. Zig when they're supposed to zag, and they just cut them completely off. When they go when they get down bad, they cut them completely off. Papi Rico doesn't even acknowledge Floyd Wallace. He doesn't care what that dude's going through. Probably been to jail twice in the last 2 years. He doesn't care.
Ronan then basically took over this guy's page.
Wow.
They went over there, start cash apping and 10-minute times out if you don't donate a 10. Now they act like they don't know nothing about it. Now he actually over there telling people how it really is. I don't know if he cut them loose because he said, man, y'all guys full of it, and I'm just tired of lying to people for 5s and 10s, or if they cut him loose for telling the truth. I don't know which one is the truth, but all the videos with them on there is gone. And yeah, this was their podcast. This wasn't just, it was called The Andrew Show, but it was them 3. And now not one video of them. Yeah, this is pretty hilarious, man. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's the deeper you go into it, the funnier and more tragic it is.
Yeah, you read his comments. That's what all the people saying. Why y'all attacking him for telling the truth?
That's funny.
Yeah, I need BA on this one. Mr. It's all beautiful sunshine. The women are easy. They just, oh, man. I need him to come over here fetishizing so I can play this clip. When Andrew saying, ain't nothing like that over here.
Yeah, let's go to this clip.
Around filming bitches, bro. And the ones that go around just be filming bitches and shit, you know what happens to them, bro. Sometimes you can get blacklisted for that too. You know that if you're not careful, you out here just be filming bitches, bro, and they could blacklist you. That shit could happen.
What we should do for Ronan and Fearless is bring up people like the Andrew Show and just like, hey, what happened to that?
That was y'all show, man. What happened?
Hating and stuff. Listen, I can't I can't control that. I can't control people.
Tell Maya she wanted them to take her face down. He done took all their faces
Only thing
down.
I can do is control how I behave and my actions. I'm not worried about what other people do. Bro. That's not my thing.
Ma'am, true poetic.
Say what they do. People gotta do what they gotta do. So I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. They hate all they want. They're fans. That's why you're watching me right now. This is good as fuck, bro.
Okay.
What the fuck? And then to get myself caught up. See, it's only
this ain't the one I watched. He got another one on here because I remember his clothes was
shit,
different, and he was in the kitchen, and that's the one where he was talking about getting ghosted on the date night.
I hear this guy like, "Hey, homie, just walk into the hood." Like, you got some YouTubers out here, right?
Let's find that other video where he talking about getting ghosted. Because see, he a little different from them other guys because he actually work a normal job. So he went out there saying, "Hey, I'm a truck driver. You know, got my own place. I should do pretty good out here."
crazy,
even
bro.
that wasn't cutting it out there.
Okay. So we were at this one.
Find something similar to that one. It should be somewhere near that one. Him saying his experience out there dating.
This one, it says is Colombia still chica friendly.
Maybe he took it down because so many people were messing with him about it.
Maybe.
You don't see any of them that say his experience, like going live.
Oh, here it is. This is it.
Okay.
Live in Medellin, flaked by 10 women.
Oh, it says it.
Yeah.
See?
Let's check this out.
Fire. Most women that are non-pros that you're dealing with, if they know that you're even associated or even next to a non-pro, they're going to look at you differently and they're going to put you in a class system. Okay? This is where I fucked up. I didn't know too much about how the culture runs when it comes down to, it's not much of a race thing. Okay? It's not really much of a race thing. They don't kind of push you away because, oh, well, you're black, so I'm not going to date you. It doesn't really necessarily go like that. Would Brads and Chads get more of a favor when it comes down to, let's just say, the women? Yeah, for the most part, yeah, because most of the women, just be honest with you, especially the ones that are lawyers, doctors, and attorneys that are out here, they're going to go for more Brads and Chads. But once Brads and Chads start messing with a different class system, they're getting looked down upon. Okay. What fucked me up with this chick is because I wasn't necessarily dealing with the pro, but it so happens that a pro was on camera, and she so happened to be well known in Medellin. So because of that, it fucked up my whole circle in that predicament of getting to know a woman and getting to that escalating phase. Now, that fucked me up. But also, you have to also remember, too, you don't even have to, that's just one of my scenarios. There's another scenario, too. Women are prone down and known to flake, regardless. They're known to flake. It's a numbers game out here. It's no different than the States when it comes down to dating. Okay? Let me tell you something. A lot of guys are going to come on here that don't believe what I say. Or what they'll say is, a lot of guys will come on here and probably say I'm capping or I'm bullshitting. Those guys, majority of the time, are paying. They're dealing with pros. That's why they'll say I'm capping and I'm lying. But the truth of the matter is this, is that a lot of these dudes that say that I'm capping, they don't know a lick of Spanish. They don't interact with non-pros. They're not in El Centro, or they're not in certain areas that's dealing with women that are on a professional level, such as hire interns, college graduates, university women, or lawyers, doctors, attorneys, any of that stuff. So
where's BA
they're
when
only
you need
speaking on their experience. And I guarantee you, they're having a hard time dating. They're having a serious hard time dating. Once you get put into the class system and your name is known as being a super gringo, and you're that's all you're doing is play for play, like word gets around, people see you, right? They see you in Park Alice. When they see you around, they're going to put you in that class system. And once you're in that class system, you can't get out because they look, it's like, what can I say? Not put this in words, perspective. Like, remember one time, there was a time where if a woman was doing some foul, dirty shit and she was fucking around with a lot of dudes, you call her a street rat, a whore, a hoe, right? And the word was very demeaning, right? So at the time, nobody wanted to be classified as being a hoe. So you would be put in this system, this class system of being a street rat and being a whore, because that's what you are. You're not in that elite system of being the good women or being a potential mate or a wife or somebody wants to settle down and marry. You're just a hoe. Over here, they have that class system. America is a little bit different. Nowadays, it's like women are proud to be sluts and whores. Over here, they're not for that shit. They're very religious over here for the most part. There's only a small sector of women that are pros that are selling for money. So it's not the whole of Medellin that's doing that. There's a class system that runs in here. Okay.
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying all of this, exactly everything he's saying. Like,
okay.
Yeah, I'm sure there are some women who, over in Colombia who are not chapeadoras, or not pros. But his assessment of the women over here, like, I don't know. What do you think?
I believe him.
Okay.
What he got to lie for? If it was just a good time at everybody party, he wouldn't be sitting there vlogging. He'd be outside enjoying himself.
Right. I agree on that. Okay. Let's skip ahead.
What is attractive?
And I had people go. I've heard people going over there, and no one ever told me about all these women in good time. They just made it seem like any other vacation place.
I bet.
I don't want to go there right now just because I haven't seen the little, kind of the upper class area where I would want to hang out at. And when I did see it, it was just little shopping centers, and I'm not at no Gucci store shopping or anything like that. So it's only so many Gucci stores I can look at and say, ooh, a Gucci store in Brazil. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really a beach person. If I was a beach person, I think I would enjoy it. I still want to go eventually, but yeah, I believe the guy, man.
Okay.
Go there, see the Jesus statue, get a good swim in, eat a taco, and come home. He done told the truth on their ass.
Yeah, but I think also this guy is part of a subculture of Colombia that maybe some of the, like you said, the normal travelers, they're not into this. They're not getting themselves into this.
So would you consider him a normal traveler? To me, he seemed like he just wants to be a normal traveler. He works. So. He ain't like Austin them living for super chats. It was Fearless them who started telling him to ask people for money. When I first went to his page, it was just like this. Come on here, let's talk. Ain't this crazy, the passport bros? Fearless them got on there, all of a sudden it turned into a money grab.
I wouldn't consider him a normal traveler. I think he's trying to do normal. It seems like he might be trying to do normal-ish type of things, but I don't know if he's aligned with. Maybe I'm biased. If he's aligned with Ronan and Fearless, I don't trust him 100%.
Okay.
I think he's down there for some typical passport bro stuff. And maybe he's just I don't know. This is all speculation. Maybe he wants to get out of the pay for play stuff, but maybe that's what his original intent or experience was. Again, all speculation. Hashtag speculation.
Right.
Because we look at
But
situations.
he ain't on here saying that. I mean, he telling you, I'm just on dating apps trying to meet a nice little chick, man. Go out and go clubbing or whatever.
Right.
I mean, look at the title. Why would someone lie about that? Being flaked by 10 women. It's a class system.
Yeah, and I'm not denying that there's probably a class system, but I'm saying, like, is it really that hard if you're going down? If me and if I were to go down there, would I be getting put in the same system that he's in, the same position that he's in?
I think you would, for the most part. Not saying that your outcome is going to be the same, his and the same, but yeah, because I don't think women ain't just meeting up with strangers. Oh, you're on vacation, and why would a stranger want to meet up with a woman? I think that's how they look at it.
Right. I'll agree with that.
Like if I'm in college and I got something going, and a guy like, oh, I'm on vacation for a week, want to hang? What? Right. I think they look at it the same way American women look at it. What?
Yeah. Okay.
Now, would you maybe get a hit or two more? You say what you do or whatever, and yeah, you might, or how you look, you might get a hit or two more. But then again, even from that standpoint, he speaks Spanish. You don't. And he has a job. He's a truck driver. It's an honest profession. So, yeah, for the most part, yeah, I think that'll be your experience. Mine too.
Okay. All right, let's keep listening to this.
Yeah.
Big fake titties and a BBL. But that's what most of y'all was looking for when y'all thinking about Colombian women, right? But see, that's what they show you on YouTube.
Fair use.
Those are pros for the most part. Okay? For the most part. Most women that are non-pros are not really going to be into the whole BBL shit. And you do got some of them that are, and they're either probably, for the most part, if they're not selling and they got the BBL joint going on, they're probably either really high intel people who've got money for surgeons, or they're probably surgeons themselves. Because where I was at in this rooftop lounge bar, I was
sounds like America to me
with upper class Colombians. Okay. Now, and maybe certain parts in that area may be a little hood because it was in not too far from Provincia. But in these certain areas, in these places, you're gonna see some high intel people. Especially on these rooftop lounges too. But shout out to QB for putting me on to that rooftop lounge joint.
But I want to hit pause and I want to skip a little bit ahead. But like,
okay,
to your knowledge, OB, does he live in Colombia or is he just traveling back?
No, he just traveled. He lives in the States.
Okay,
I think Florida.
All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, well, then I think I kind of agree a little bit more with this. Is like he's getting a dose of reality.
I think he went there and he was just thinking, I'll go into this app. I don't think he's necessarily going to look for a wife, but at the same point in time, I don't think he was going down there looking to pay for no pros. I thought he was thinking like, well, shit, if Austin and him coming down there and they having a decent time and these guys ain't even got no jobs, I at least got a steady income coming in. Yeah. So I should at least get some dates. Maybe I don't even hit nothing, but I'll go on plenty of dates and get to hear some conversation and laugh and giggle and have a margarita with some pretty women. I do think that's what he was thinking. And he got there and it's just like, yeah, I could have did this at home a little bit.
Right. And then part of this too is like Colombia and some of these other areas are like scorched earth. Like Austin Hallman and some of these other Floyd have already destroyed the reputation for people who are black men who are traveling. That want to just date another an honest a normal woman in Colombia. Their ears are gonna be perked up. They're not gonna
But then they go back to the same thing. He just going to party. He ain't looking for a wife. I think you can find a wife there. It's a difference in looking for a wife and looking for a good time. And I didn't even say sex. I said just looking for a good time. I don't know too many women even in the States. I mean, you go up to a woman in the States, you can have a Benz, you can have a good job. and come up to her and approach her nicely and be kind, but just like want to go hang and have some drinks? Like, no, that's my experience. Like, why would I just want to go have drinks with you? Because you got a nice car? Because you got a decent job? Like, that's not going to secure anything for me. Why would I waste my time?
Yeah.
And I think they look at it the same way. Like, people got standards, man. They want the 90s back where all you do, at the parking lot pimping days, where you just pull up in front of the club with your car, stand by your car, and you go home with a pocket full of numbers. And next thing you know, you linking up with a girl after 2 telephone conversations because she remembered you in the car. I think they looking for them 90s back, and them days over. All them women who that happened to that went and educated their nieces. Don't do that. It just turn out bad, girl. Or
Right.
that's how your ass get raped. Don't be doing that. I done had it happen to a friend, and now they're all looking for that. And it's like Austin, his mom. Oh, I've been beat by my ex-husband and stuff like that. She tells her kids this stuff. What make these guys think other women who used to just meet up with guys like this ain't telling their kids that?
Right.
So women smarten it up, man, and it's for the better. They got standards.
Right. And and I agree with that, and I think this like comment on the screen is true too. It's like what the Andrew Show is trying to say is like they put him into a box. He's probably just seen as a traveler and just to get some money out of him. So.
Yep.
But the little pushback I would say is like, I think I don't know what to say. It's like the Passport Bros have ruined the reputation. We said this like last year. It's like this, one of the biggest victims of all this movement is just the honest black traveler. Like if you and I just wanted to go to Brazil and just talk to a woman at a bar, we might get some pushback. And then what he's talking about in this video is he's getting a lot of pushback that they just don't trust him.
Okay.
So I don't know, but
go to Checking Effect. Go to look at his. Remember, he was the big 500,000 followers. Go look at his. He went to Thailand pulling that, trying to get low hanging fruit. Hey, so you want to go to Walking Street? And it was a girl with pimples and everything on her face, and she gave him the number, but everything in her body language was saying, "Boy, I am not gonna answer my phone when you call me." Like, women ain't got time for that, man. Like, they don't give a damn about no margarita.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes me want to think if some of these Passport Bro leaders / Red Pill leaders are kind of like, are they rethinking what they're actually planning to do? Because some of them are, hey, I'm gonna go down to Colombia and bring a wife back. I don't know.
I think you can. I don't think that's over with. But I think it's what it's always been. The same thing your mama would tell you or your father would tell you. Boy, the women had you taking care of their whole damn family and leave you. Like, that's still a thing. Like, I think it's some good women, but I mean, realistically, you got to be thinking about that.
That's some high stakes gambling. Yeah, let me listen to this comment, and then let's look at Checking Effect for a little bit and then call it.
Okay.
And no, your gringo ass is there to smash a bunch of women. Andrew's keeping it 1,000. Drew, did you tap any ass yet? I'm not even gonna answer that shit. I'll leave that to your imagination. Let me see. Like I said, the best loyal chicks in Medellin are the ones they always come to the crib just to chill and call rappy. Forget all the dating for love BS. Not necessarily, but that could be involved too. You can get yourself a chick to come over that's a non-pro and go for rapping. Talking about rapping, this chick didn't. First of all, this is what kind of upset me with her in a way because we set up the date, and I don't like to be ready. I like to set my time, and I like to be organized, and I like to get things done. if you say you're gonna be here at 8, cool, be here at 8, boom, boom, boom. If you're a little bit late, just communicate with me, let me know what's going on. That's what I like. So she couldn't show up for the date today. And I asked her, okay, so what's the reason? And she said, well, I just don't feel like going out.
Sheesh.
You don't feel like going out. Okay, so is there a specific reason why? Because a couple of days ago, you were all excited, you were all filled with emotions and ready to want to go out with me and everything like that. And the craziest thing is, even though this girl is a non-pro girl, I don't even know if this is 100% true or not. Okay, because women lie too all the time. That's why I say it's a numbers game too. Because I'm not trying to tell you that non-pros don't lie either, because they do too. But she specifically told me that she's hasn't had sex in 2 months. Okay, I don't know how much of that is a lie. But she said she hasn't had sex in 2 months, and she was horny as hell. Right? But then I had to stop her right there because I didn't want her to think that, hey, I'm this gringo guy that's on vacation and I'm just here to just smash a bunch of girls. So I don't know if that was a test, because they will test you too. They're no different from Western girls too when you're dealing with specifically non-pros. The pros are not going to give you much of a headache because you have money. Okay. Once you say, hey, I'll pay you to come over here, they're going to be, trust me, no ifs, ands, or buts. Them bitches are coming straight over here. But you're talking about dealing with a non-pro, a woman that if she doesn't have, if you're not giving her money for what's below her legs, right? And she's obligating to you and she's not trying to charge you, then there's other things that she might be losing, like either her respect or maybe her heart being broken. Like, there's a lot of emotional things that goes on with a lot of women. And that's just everywhere, but they're very emotional here too, the non-pros. So it's all about, they have to get to know you first before feeling comfortable in doing things. This is just a traditional way on how they are. You know what I'm saying? And I know some people may think it's BS, but you would think that because of where you come from. Okay?
All right.
Medellin is not the only city.
Yeah, I mean,
he's saying what we always said.
Non-pros. It seems like a lot of work. It seems like it's now going back to, this is almost, I don't know if it's the right analogy. It's a little gas, but like, this is almost like the snake eating its own tail. It's like, what they're doing is so counterproductive. Just come back home.
Like Zed said, you ain't in Africa because you like the women. You in Africa because they're the only woman who will take you.
Yeah.
And he's telling it. That's why Austin left.
Right. So let's check out check in effect and then call it. Let's see.
Check got 500 followers. He couldn't get a girl with messed up teeth and pimples on her face in Thailand.
Okay. I spelled it wrong. Okay, videos or lives? You there, Obi?
Yeah, go to the one that says like first day in Thailand or something like that.
Video or live?
It's he only do videos for the most part.
Yeah,
so it's gonna be a video.
This one. First
he gonna walk up to the girl and ask her. That could be it.
Okay.
And he gonna be like, you wanna yeah, it's that one right here. Okay. And then people in the comments said them girls is making fun of y'all in their language.
Okay. Let's turn this down just a little bit. What bus stop? Fair use. Let's find out where this is.
This is Thailand.
Well, yeah. I mean, just let's see.
I like English. Bye.
He was trying to holler at these young girls. Here she is. That's her. He gonna try to holler at her, but they was trying to holler at these girls. Look like damn, like they graduated high school last year.
Let's just pause real quick.
Hold on, we got to take this in. This is a dude who everyone thought was a good guy and turned out to be a passport bro later on and garnered 500,000 followers. Every one of his videos are damn near getting 400,000 views. Like he became the #2 black vlogger out of the States for travel.
Okay.
And this is where he's went to, man. Like this is what it's come down to.
So why did they think he was a good guy? Is the question.
He didn't, because he would help people. He would go to churches like searching for Black history, and then like he would find a church in Mexico, and they kind of trying to I guess keep it known that Black people lived there at one point in time. He helped them rebuild the roof. He had girls in his apartment in Colombia helping him raise money on the stream to give to her, saying, "Oh, you know, her husband ain't around or whatever, her baby daddy. She just came over to cook for me for a small fee or whatever, but I'm gonna go ahead and try to raise $300 for her to give to her. You know, 300 ain't a lot to us, but it can go a long way for her, help her pay her rent." The girl's literally crying on the camera. Like my wife used to like him a lot. Like he just seemed like he was just a guy who genuinely liked traveling, like Andrew Bourdain. And then just out of the blue, one day I want to be a passport bro. Put me on the passport bro show.
I think I might have remembered you talking about him in the past.
Yeah. He has 504,000 followers, man. And that was all basically, he garnered all of that within basically when I started talking to you on here, like during COVID or right after COVID, I guess, when we started getting on here, when Zed kind of had this platform jumping, when we were all kind of learning together about them. When you said it was about COVID or a little bit after, like he blew up quick, man. He was actually one of the people who make decent money from this.
Okay.
But look at these girls you trying to talk to. Like, man, these some damn kids, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
These girls just graduated high school last year.
That's why I want to put a PSA out. I'm uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable with what I'm seeing here. And how old is Check in Effect?
He our age. He damn near 40. Just look at him.
All right, I'm gonna press play with this. This is uncomfortable.
ลินอยู่ในกล้องสวยเหรอแต่ชื่อเฟิร์นนะคะทุกคนคนชื่ออะไร What's your name beautiful Where you come from I come from Thailand นะโอเคไหม 101 นะรู้จัก101ไหม
This how you know they kids. Look how they acting.
Everyone hello everyone Shit
So the people in the comments were saying they were playing y'all and they just wanted to talk to the white guys as usual. And they were talking about y'all in their language.
ขอบคุณครับค่ะไปค่ะไปข้างหน้าเราได้เห็นรถไหม Turn it Oh man look at that
I don't know if I can deal with any more of this. I'm done. I can't. I don't know. Let me see if I can like zoom to something else.
Yeah, hell. He done revealed himself, man. Nah, but find the one girl. I want you to see him try to shoot his shot. Asking her, you going too far? He was saying, you don't want to go to Walking Street? And she was looking at him like, no, she told him, I got to go to work. She gave the number, but you know when someone just giving you the number to be nice.
Where was that? Was that like on that?
No, it's right where, go back to where those girls were. It's right after he stopped, like they don't give him no play. Then he walked to like a 7-Eleven or something like that.
Okay.
Turn it Oh man look at that
I seen her like earlier when you were doing it.
Okay, she's out of it now.
Okay, maybe fast forward then. Maybe it is afterwards. Maybe you were going right, but I seen her in the previews.
Okay.
See, it's her right here.
Wait.
So I don't know if that's a preview and we got to go further ahead or if we're just going past it.
Okay, hold on. Let me know when you see her again.
Go back again. Sorry, I was looking at it on my TV. It's not my phone, so I guess it probably wasn't at the same time point.
Okay.
I'm looking at my phone now though, so it'll be live time. It's her who's gonna shoot him down.
Okay, cool.
So is this the preview or?
I think it's a preview.
So then, I mean, we just need to go up
past the preview.
I mean, you can try it. Hit play. Let's see if he shows you this part.
Here we're back. We're back to it. So we'll just go right here.
That's all. You're gonna buy food. You're gonna want to go to Walking Street. We go to Walking Street.
No. Today I day off. I can't. I want to sleep.
Yeah, I want to sleep.
After work.
Yeah.
After work? Oh, after work? Walking Street?
Not sure.
Wednesday? Tuesday.
I want to sleep.
Tuesday. We make up Tuesday?
You see her face? No.
All right, Tuesday.
Sleep? No.
You give Instagram.
Tuesday.
Okay, Cap.
This is how we do it over here in where we at? Pattaya.
Like, bruh, she ain't calling you, man.
And we're gonna go tonight. We're gonna go to Walking Street. We're checking out this road right here. We actually stay right around the corner, but we're going to walk. I forgot they speak Hungary. Yeah.
Harris.
Yeah. I can't anymore. I'm done. I'm done. Those dudes. I can't.
That's the biggest failure right there. Dude had 500,000 followers, and this is what he resorted to.
Let me turn this fair use off. Closing thoughts. I mean, let's look at the actually let's look at the comments real quick, and then let's do closing thoughts. Yeah. Okay. Okay, wait, hold on. Yeah, I agree.
That part. Women got standards everywhere, brother. Even the girl at the 7-Eleven gonna tell you, no, sleep, no.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Some great comments. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, hold up.
His eyes are too far apart.
Let's see, check the type. Hold up. Like I said, I was uncomfortable with by that video.
That's why I say, man, they even going after low-hanging fruit over there. You went way over there to go after the low-hanging fruit. You American, damn. At least you would think they could get a middle-class girl over there. But right. That's what I was telling what's his name today, Richard, when I was like, and I don't know about the women not having no standards. Oh, it's just sex. Nah, their parents raised them the same way everyone else parents raise them. Don't no man want nobody sleeping with their daughter. We ain't got to be no scientists to know that.
Let's see. Another. Something with how far?
Yeah, his videos ain't garnishing no views no more. He crashing out. He's the one Austin them all wanted to be. They were hoping they could transfer from the passport gang to doing what he doing, just traveling. And yet this silly fool went hanging behind them and doing what they doing.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I think that's it. You got any closing thoughts?
Next time Zed come on here, I want to know her thoughts about BMT getting that busted lip. I remember he used to always say, Zed, my wife, Zed, my wife. He ain't gonna come on here and talk about that busted lip.
So wait, I'm lost. Like, is this the BMT that got on the who was in the fight on the next to the?
Yeah, the young boy beat him up. You don't remember he used to always come on here and talk about Zed, my wife. Where my wife at? Where my wife at?
Is he the one that got lifted off the air?
No, he the one who got an actual busted lip. He had that big knot sticking out his lip by a young boy.
We'll have to do a recap of that next show.
Yeah, you need to play that on the next one so he can come over here and tell us how he let that 24-year-old make his lip look like that.
And what's his name?
BMT.
Okay, BMT.
Yeah.
Is that for like Black Man Travels?
Yeah, man.
Gotcha.
I gotta know Zed's opinion. That's hilarious because he used to always try to holler at Zed. I don't think he been back since that busted lip.
I got no closing thoughts for these videos. I think they were kind of self-explanatory. I would say I didn't mention it earlier on, but everybody needs to watch the show Severance on Apple TV, and everybody needs to watch the show Invincible on Amazon Prime. Watch those two shows, at least one of them. And that's all I got.
All right, I'll close with no. I go home, go sleep. No walking street. No.
That's embarrassing. All right, y'all have a great night / good morning. All right, take care.
Holla.
All right, bye.